Liliane Lebrón, la que fue embajadora del Paraguay en Berna, acaba de irse de Suiza hace muy pocas semanas, o sea, realmente muy mala suerte para nosotros, para la Jornada Paraguaya, pero se nos va a juntar en línea, por supuesto, ya mismo. Después también se ha anunciado el cónsul general del país vecino, Bolivia, pero todavía no lo he visto. Hola, Liliane.
Hola, Ivette, ¿cómo estás? Qué gusto verte.
So, a warm welcome to the representatives of the diplomatic corps, to all the speakers present here and online for one of our first events after the university lockdown. We are confronted with less public than usual, and it was not so easy to mobilize the Paraguayan community in Switzerland to come physically to St. Gallen and attend the event in spite of the pandemic. We have planned to use the lingua franca, English, but if all people understand Spanish, you are totally free to use either Spanish or English. Our events are mostly bilingual. In the end, everybody speaks the language she or he prefers. So let's see who's not proficient in Spanish. I know one person, but he's not here yet and he won't stay for long, who does not speak Spanish. But I think the rest, at least here in the room, we all speak Spanish, so we could really use the language freely. I would, and switch to the bilingual mode, I would have only problems with Guaraní, but love to listen to its sound. Paraguay is unique in practicing the second official, the indigenous language. 80%, I read, of the population being bilingual or mixing both languages in Jopara, while generally in Latin America, indigenous languages are clearly minoritarian. And there are other unique aspects in the small country of 7.2 million inhabitants, 1 million less than in this small country, Switzerland. Also, the urbanization is a bit lower than in the rest of Latin America, so only 60% live in cities. The water governance, as we will hear later on, is unique in Latin America, with 2,567 self-organized water sanitation boards in the country, the Juntas de Saneamiento. We thank you for reserving this Friday afternoon to join the Jornada Paraguaya after the great Latin American Day, which just took place 4 weeks ago. The organization of this one has been a bit tough on us. I must say, I myself don't get that nervous because I have what I call a last-minute karma. But in Switzerland, this is usually not so well taken, and I'm so grateful to Anna Esquinas and Andrea Güpfer for their extreme flexibility in the process of adapting the program on a daily basis, practically, until yesterday. In the end, we are happy to have such renowned speakers with us, providing us with multidisciplinary insights and a panorama view of the current state of Paraguay. This morning we had one cancellation among the speakers, the only speaker, the online speaker, from Hamburg in the last panel, Cordula Tibi Weber, who would have spoken about the Supreme Court and the democratization phase after Stroessner's long dictatorship. A shame she can't be with us, but now the three remaining panelists and the moderator will have to fill her part. We wish this forum to be a very interactive one, leading debates on the neutral territory of Switzerland. While preparing the event, we have noticed that the political context currently is tight, heated up during the process of pre-elections. The two-party system, Partido Liberal and Colorado, adds to polarization. Even within the Partido Colorado, we find polarization, and of course, on the whole continent, in the whole world, pushed even more by COVID, which was a catalyst and magnifying glass for several turbulences in Latin America, social challenges, protests, inequality, corruption, a serious problem in all the Latin American countries, transparency perception index of Paraguay on position 137 out of 180 countries. So politically, we have noticed this quite tense atmosphere, but we have on the third panel 2 representatives of the 2 parties discussing with each other, which is great. Perhaps also about the question whether a more pluralistic democracy would be an advantage for Paraguay. The last 2 presidents after Fernando Lugo was discharged came from the Colorado party. Horacio Cartes, against whose planned re-election there were heavy protests, after which Mario Abdo Benitez was elected. And I would like to later on, when we discuss the political scene, I would also add some findings because we in the German-speaking world are also interested in these 7% of German descendant immigrants. And there I have some serious issues too of the most recent immigration from Germany, but we will discuss that later on. Besides the political debate, it will be interesting to listen to the first and most extensive, we're a business school in St. Gallen, of today's 3 panels and see what the opportunities are, for instance, in the agrarian, in the food sector, and also in the IT sector. What happens in bilateral trade between Paraguay and Switzerland on the substrate of free trade agreements? We will listen to comments of a big multinational and small businesses, of the chambers and the Swiss Global Enterprise. Our business school students have to achieve 25% of their credits in cultural studies. This is mandatory. Thus, we at the Jornada will do the same. We have this input too by 2 artists and an architect and planner, as well as coordinator of museums, who has in fact worked already with the 2 artists previously. We had invited the Paraguayan filmmaker Arami Ullón, but she had to cancel, unfortunately. And we have the musician with us, Violeta Ramos, playing the Paraguayan harp. And we have Paraguayan food in the evening, perhaps chipa and sopa paraguaya. Let's see. Football-wise, popular culture too. Our 2 countries are comparable, Paraguay and Switzerland. We have reached the quarterfinals in some of the last World Championships. In football, not more, not less. Algo es algo. So we also have good goalkeepers. Chilaver and Somo, for instance. St. Gallen has an important textile culture and lace industry, had and has a little bit still, and Paraguay has too. Several disciplines will be represented in this jornada corresponding to the format we have practiced in the last decade. Today we will start with taxation law, 2 businesses of the IT sector and 2 of the food sector, an SME and a multinational. I would like to thank all the speakers for sharing their knowledge with us in short interventions, pitches we might call them, of 5 minutes or of 10 minutes or 15 minutes maximum, and again in the debates in the panels. And please, dear speakers, follow the time strictly in the Swiss mode. The digital clock countdown will severely guide you. I would like to thank the audience for being with us and contributing very actively to the debates. And I would also like to thank the team of the CLS for their great support, Anna, Andrea, Leticia, Omid, Fabian, and Sabrina, and also the moderators, student Felix Hotz, Dr. Fabian Müller, and alumnus Santo Marco Panchotto. He will be online. As well as our master summarizer in the end and our master wrap-upper in the end. Don't miss it. Dr. Philippe Nel. Now it's my great pleasure, Liliane, to hand over to former Ambassador Liliane Lebron, who has supported us a lot with her very rich network while preparing the Jornada. Liliane, good morning. The virtual floor is all yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yvette Sanchez, for your kind presentation. Distinguished speakers, authorities of the University of St. Gallen. Of course, I will begin to say thank you so much, Dr. Yvette Sanchez, for your kind presentation of my country. I would like to address to these distinguished speakers, authorities of the University of St. Gallen, ambassadors, dear students, and people interested in hearing more about Paraguay. Did you know that Paraguay, an island surrounded by land, according to what was expressed by the writer Augusto Roa Bastos, is in the middle of South America, of course, but is a country to discover. Very, very jealous of his identity.
I'm sorry, that's my fault.
Okay now?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Now I can continue. Okay, I was saying that Swiss citizens Moises Bertoni discovered the stevia, the sweetener, Stevia rebaudiana bertoni, during his stay in Paraguay. That Swiss migrants have bequeathed a president of the Republic, Eduardo Scherer. These are one of the very unknown things about Paraguay. But the qualified speakers of the day will also provide with valuable information about my country. Really, this allows you to know more about Paraguay and the opportunities that it offers in peace, in democracy, and it is presented as one of the most open and stable economies in Latin America. Challenge to face, many. For me, as an ambassador of Paraguay, it has been an honor and a privilege to represent you before the Swiss Confederation and an opportunity to meet valuable people and institutions that have opened the doors to my country. Thanks to you, Dr. Yvette, and to the University of St. Gallen for being one of them, and to all of those that were interested in my country. I cannot but thank you, the Swiss Global Enterprise that helped us to establish the Swiss Paraguayan Chamber of Commerce. SECO, which worked so hard with us, the Mercosur, to finish this FTA agreement that will open so many doors for us all. And of course, private institutions and universities to give us paths to work, like the CERN, really, that we get to know, and we establish a contract and an agreement, many visits of Paraguayan authorities and authorities of your country landing in Asunción to know more about our facilities and infrastructure. So this is what I experienced during my 6-year term in Bern, and I had the opportunity to visit so many different places of your beautiful country. A wonderful experience, and that I will never forget. They will continue in my heart and in my mind. And of course, you will have here your best sponsor and admirer. Saying that, as I wish you a fruitful and successful journey, I do send you very warm regards from Asunción. Awide, which means thank you in Guarani.
Okay, I keep it in English, but it will sound as if I'm speaking in Spanish. Okay, that's fine.
Is somebody in here who doesn't speak Spanish?
No, but I prefer. So thank you so much for having me here. I'm going to share with you a personal view of what good looks like in terms of a financial system. So I'm smiling, but I'm going to talk about something really serious, but I'll keep it very, very light for you. I know that Paraguay is not Switzerland, and you don't need an expert to tell you that. However, we look outside for good standards and good international standards. So what I'm going to share with you is, okay, what looks like, what good looks like, and where is Paraguay in that journey? Okay, it reminds me of a passage in Alice in Wonderland, when Alice is lost in the woods, and then she asks the cat, where's the way? And the cat says, where do you want to go? So I think there's international consensus what a good financial system look like. And these are the 5, I'm gonna use one slide, is it this way? Perfect. So this is international consensus of what good looks like in terms of a financial system. So the first one is a stable macroeconomic environment. And I think even if you Google that, they will tell you about the impressive macroeconomic numbers about Paraguay in the last decades. Okay, so but just to give you some context, Paraguay has 7.7 million inhabitants, Switzerland 8.7. If we talk about GDP, it's 4.4 thousand euros, and Switzerland is 76,000. So I'll stop comparing because it says that comparison is the killer of all joys. But let's look at the GDP of the country in the last decades has been around 5%, 4%. The central bank expected this year to have a growth of 5%. We're going to have 3.5, mainly due to, of course, the fantastic situation in the world. But if you compare, for example, our highest GDP in 2010 was 14%, and high, very high compared to 1% in our very difficult times in 1995 and the 2000s. So you see that. So the great debate, and I'm speaking personally, I'm not representing anyone. The great debate is where do we get that? Is it the governments we elected? Is it the favorable winds of the fact that the beef and soybeans that we happen to produce are great in terms of price? Probably it's a mixture of everything. And the fact that we joke and we say that probably God is from Paraguay. So, but I need to have like a reality check. And definitely, if you look at the 196 countries in the world, Paraguay is usually 100th and even lower in all the ranks about human equality or inequality, about access to sources. So using different ranks, but we know our weaknesses. We have the worst, the corruption perception index is the highest. It's like we have the second worst in Latin America, and that is something we need to work on. So for me, what good looks like is, of course, upskilling our young population. In terms, comparing to Switzerland, I want to compare with that. Switzerland is #1 in terms of aging population. So in Paraguay, we need to upscale and give education to the people and try to reduce poverty. And that is what good looks like, apart from these fantastic macroeconomic numbers that we hope they continue. The second attribute is to have a sound regulatory system. And I'm going to focus on my area of expertise, which is anti-money laundering, tax, trying to fight and prevent tax evasion. For me, the single most important challenge of Paraguay today, it relates to corruption perception and fighting anti-money laundering and corruption and bribery, etc. So, but I can confirm to you that the quantity and quality of regulations in the last decades has been very impressive. We have definitely increased our controls in terms of customer due diligence, transaction monitoring. For example, corporations no longer can have better shares, all need to be nominative. So that is a huge effort. And you have probably heard about this financial task force, GAFILAT, which is the Latin American chapter. So they are assessing Paraguay. They had just been in one visit in August. And of course, as any international organization, they are focusing not only on the design and the quantity of laws, they want to see fines, they want to see convictions, and they want to see seizures of assets. But we understand, like, when I spoke about some people that I trust to talk about this and to give me some perspective of Paraguay, they tell me, please remind everyone where Paraguay is coming from. And of course, if you compare, for example, in Europe, according to the latest figures, 1,900,000 suspicious activity reports were sent by financial entities in Europe. And only that led to seizure of only 1% of assets. Imagine that comparing to a country like us that is growing in its effort. So bear in mind that that is a challenge that we are all facing. The third attribute definitely is a well-aligned tax system. We have a system, and just to give you transparency and context, the first time we had personal income tax, it comes from a law in 1991. And the reason why we started having a mature and grown-up tax system, it was with the only purpose of formalizing the economy. And the numbers are impressive as well. If you compare, and everything was related to VAT, sales taxes. So in 2013, we had 400,000 taxpayers of VAT. Now we have double. Now it's 800,000. And in terms of personal income tax, 11,000 in 2013, and we are 152,000 by now. So if you look at Europe again, if you see that Europe, the first income tax in the UK appeared in 1799 to pay for the Napoleonic Wars. So you are talking about 30 years tax system compared to 350. So again, remember where we are coming from, and how we're gonna get there is by, yes, what good looks like is that people believe and behave and act according to how we use our tax system. They say that the most sensitive part of the human body is the pocket. And that is how you could maybe shape using the regulation and using the tax system to promote and tell Paraguayan people, okay, these are the activities that you want, and this is what it means to be successful using the system in an international standard. So that is the third one. The fourth one, there's so much to say, and I have 4 minutes. So ethical and prudent risk-taking behavior. I just wanted to point to you the letters in bold. Everything is about environment, infrastructure, framework, system. And this one is the real thing, behavior, the cultural shift that we need. So what good looks like is having Paraguayans knowing that they are able to progress using ethical and prudent approach. And I think that is how we're gonna get to an ideal financial system. Finally, high quality information flows and disclosure. This is the digital transformation around the world. It's a challenge for everyone, and it's a challenge for Switzerland as well. So where is that the advantage of technology is that technology is totally unaware of the fact that we have a tax system, only a 30-year-old tax system. So, but we need, of course, the investment and we need the technology, because I think the key to get the rest of a well-established financial system can come from having the real data. Data is the most powerful tool that we have. So if in Paraguay we are able to know who is who owns what, who is related to whom, that is the way to arrive to transparency. That is the way in which we could continue having these impressive macroeconomic numbers, and not because it depends on the weather, or it doesn't really matter whether who is the government that has been elected. So I think I have a very clear idea of how this information and this disclosure could help us. Just one thing, we want the bad guys and the high risk customers not to be able to use our financial system. But just remind you that, for example, did you know that 36 of households in Paraguay are run by single mothers? So we want those mothers to own and have bank accounts. We want them to have access to credit. So we need to make sure, and also the small and medium enterprises, we need to facilitate that access. Bancarization in Paraguay is roughly 24%. Thanks to technology, if we consider the amount of transfers that you can make with cellular and smartphones, it is said that that gets to 34,000 of the population. 2.5 million people have smartphones in Paraguay. But what we want is the bancarization of the population and gets to a better place. So just finally saying, just quoting somebody in a British physicist, he said, everything that is not forbidden by the laws of nature can be achievable, having the right knowledge. So I thank a lot, Professor Yvette, because I think the right knowledge comes from debates like this one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maria. I think as next presenter there will be Bruno Aloy, and he is participating online. So Bruno, if you could activate your microphone.
Hi, do you hear me?
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, great. Can you put my presentation? Yes.
Yes. Yes. You can. I'm sharing the.
Oh, okay. Can I talk now then?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation, especially Yvette, always very kind with Switzerland Global Enterprise. I would like first to introduce myself. My name is Bruno Aloy. I'm responsible for the South American markets at SGE. I would like to start just by focusing, talking a little bit about SGE. We have SGE is a non-profit organization. We have 5,000 customers per year, more or less 2,000 members. We have a mandate from the Swiss Confederation to promote exports abroad. So we are the official agency of Swiss export promotion. We give support to Swiss companies going abroad, selling products and investing abroad. Yeah. We have 3 headquarters in Switzerland, one in Zurich, one in Renan, and another one in Lugano. And we have also 31, we're present in 31 countries together with the Foreign Exchange Ministry. And we also count with an extensive partner network. If if you could go to the third slide, you could see that this is our footprint in Latin America. We have one office in Brazil, one office in Santiago, Chile, and one in Mexico. And we count here in Switzerland with a team of 3 people working exclusively for Latin America. And in all the other countries, we work with local Swiss chambers. If you could go to the next slide, you could see that in Paraguay specifically, we count with a strong partnership with the Swiss Paraguayan Chamber of Commerce. That's our local partner. Janice, my colleague Janice will talk a little bit later on about what they do specifically in the chamber. SGE, what we provide here, we have in our website some information regarding Paraguayan market and opportunities. So our idea here is to promote as much as possible Paraguay as a business destination for Swiss companies. I have to say that we don't have a lot of demand for Paraguay as a consumer market for Swiss products. I think that most of the Swiss companies, when they come to us, some of them see Latin America as one big block, and they don't realize that they're very different countries, very different realities inside Latin America. And whenever they say about Latin America, normally they prefer some specific, the bigger markets, so they will go to Brazil, Mexico, Chile, Colombia. But our goal is also to show the opportunities that there is in countries like Paraguay. So if you could go to the next slide, slide number 5, for example. This is the journey that the customers normally do with SGE. So they get to us and we provide them information about the different countries and a little bit of market analysis, so they can have the choice of where to go and where to try to export your products. And then we go to a next step in which we go deep into each country's legal and tax regulatory, and also trying to find local business partners, which is very important to have a local partner everywhere you go. And we end up in the actual promotion on site, so visiting trade fairs, participating in these fairs, and also doing promotion events in the country. So we can give support to the Swiss companies in all of these services, in all of these steps in their journey to the final client in the other countries. And if we go to the last slide, you can see that SG, we focus in some sectors in Switzerland, which are these sectors are the sectors that Switzerland has an advantage and has a lot of innovation to offer to the world. So we talk about mechanics, infrastructure, clean tech, food, fintech, and medtech. And when we consider all of these focus sectors, I would say that for Paraguay, there are 2 of them that I consider would be the most important ones, the ones that we should focus. The first one is clean tech. As my colleague Janice will talk a little bit more about how Paraguay is one of the cleanest energy producers in the world. And I believe that Swiss companies have a lot to profit from all these opportunities that Paraguay has to offer, especially if the companies focus on innovation, because that's what the market there demands, is innovation. So we're talking everything about wind energy, solar energy, and especially for the operation of the hydraulic power plants. Itaipu, as you know, is the biggest hydraulic powerhouse in the world. So in technology for that, Paraguay needs to run these operations, and the Swiss companies can provide it. The other sector that we consider very valuable also is the sector of agri-tech. I mean, the agriculture production nowadays is becoming much more technological. So we do need to provide this kind of thing. And I'm sure the Swiss companies are able to do it not only for the cattle raising with bioengineering and the enhancing of a variety of cattle, but also with the production of soy in Paraguay. My time is over. Thanks a lot. I'm glad to take questions later on.
Thank you very much, Bruno. I think follow up with Janice from Asunción. So if you could unmute yourself.
Yes, hi. Should I put my presentation? Let me know when it's... Okay, so thank you. I will try to be brief and not to be redundant with some of the facts that were already mentioned by previous speakers. Thank you for having us in this space. First of all, I am representing today the Swiss Paraguayan Chamber of Commerce. Here are our contacts and our networks for you to contact us later on with further questions. The Chamber was founded in March 9th in 2017, and it's a nonprofit organization that gathers today different companies and executives from both countries, and it's today the main point of access and platform for bilateral business between Paraguay and Switzerland. So when speaking about a quick fact sheet of the country, the official name is the Republic of Paraguay. We're talking about around 407 kilometers per square foot. The urbanization rate you guys already mentioned. Our government system is presidential republic. Marito, as we called our current president, was elected in 2018, and we're having elections again next year. He is defending a free market business economic model and low tax pressure. The official languages are Spanish and Guarani. And a fun fact is that in Paraguay, it's normal to find people that only speak 100% of Guarani, but it's really difficult to find a Paraguayan that speaks 100% of the traditional proper Spanish, because there is a slang that is called yo para, which is a mix of both. And in every social class, you may find using a borrowed word from Guarani, which is also normal here. So yes, we have an understandable Spanish, but it's quite a little bit different than the other ones in the region. Our literacy rate is 94%, and our currency is the Guarani. The Guarani is also the oldest currency in Latin America, which also demonstrates our macroeconomic and financial stability, and we've had it since 1943. When talking about main cities in Paraguay, of course, we need to mention the capital because it gathers the biggest amount of population, but other cities are very important to mention as well, like Ciudad del Este, Pedro Juan Caballero, the ones that I put here, because if we speak about how much they leverage in our commerce, the border commerce represents around 30%. So that's why we put, even maybe Encarnacion, the one that is next to Argentina, might be very relevant for some industries. Our population is 7.3 million, mainly white and mixed race people. And another fact that is really interesting about Paraguay is that we board the youngest demographics in Latin America, which means we have a very young and trainable labor force here. And the borders are Argentina, Brazil, and Bolivia. Here are some of the faces that you may find in Paraguay. And another fun fact is when we're saying that the population is really young, it's because up to 64% of the population is under 35 years old. I'm going to try to be brief with this slide, not to get into much detail. I just wanted to share with you how our GDP is mainly composed and led by manufacturing, commerce, government services, agriculture, electricity and water, taxes and productions, which I'm going to explain a little bit more in the next slide. And of course, construction. Since due to our sustained growth in the economy in the past decade, the current national government is investing a lot in infrastructure and big projects, so that also impacts positively in why construction is here. Okay, when we talk about the variation of the Paraguayan GDP, we're proud to say that in the past 15 years, we're almost growing an average of 4% per year. And yes, we were also affected by the pandemic, but proudly we were the least affected country in Latin America due to COVID. And it's also it was also mainly because of the government's restrictions, measurements to avoid the spread of the COVID, which affected some industries. But since then, I mean, we have one of the highest number of GDP growth per annum and the lowest impact of the pandemic in the region. And of course, if we speak about the most simple and competitive tax scheme in Latin America, we're definitely talking about Paraguay. We have the lowest tax burden here in Paraguay, which is a flat 10% for corporate income tax. When we're speaking about geography and climate, it's no surprise that it's gaining more relevance in every country to speak about these matters. They are factors that directly affect the business and the environment as well. Paraguay is divided by two regions. If we speak about the western region that it's called Chaco, it's a whole different and entire presentation itself because it's mostly desert and arid, and it's the rules that apply to Asunción and where the main cities that I showed you are, does not apply in the Chaco. It's very different and it's half of the country. It's really, really hot. There are very random rains, so they face a different type of challenges. And yes, Paraguay is a subtropical country with a very long summer. We even joke sometimes about our winter because we have random, very cold days of winter, but it's no shock that maybe the next day it's hot again. And to talk a little bit more of how maybe this climate may have had an impact in the economy before, in 2019, real GDP fell by 0.4% due to factors such as nature, which was climate change, which particularly affected agriculture, forestry, fishing, electricity, water, etc. Exogenous factors such as weather can also alter the setting of prices of the common goods that we produce here locally, which also may have an influence to the country's ability to pay for them. And some of the agricultural crops produced here nationally are cotton, sugar cane, tobacco, corn, wheat, and of course, the soybean. So given those circumstances and the climate and our strengths, like my colleague Bruno already mentioned, some of our strengths and economic drivers are cattle raising, agriculture, and the Itaipu hydroelectric we share with Brazil. So a little bit of a joke is that, yes, we have more cows than people here in Paraguay. In the agricultural world, the soybean represents 59.4% of the agricultural production. So we continue to be the fifth main producer of the world. And Itaipu is the biggest hydro station of the world. I don't know, Bruno, if you wanted to complement this slide before I move past it. No? Okay, good. And finally, just to leave you with a few rankings that also make us proud is we are leader in the generation of renewable energy. Paraguay is a country with the ideal natural conditions. We have one of the largest sweet water reservoirs, which is called the Acuífero Guaraní. We have two important dams, that is the Yacyretá and Itaipu. We have also the Central Acaraú Dam, which all of them provide for green and sustainable electric energy. And one last ranking that we are leading and we're proud of is we're known to be today the number one in Business Climate Index. Without further ado, and giving in honor to our time, I am going to introduce you to one of our board members, which is Pablo Denis, which will continue our presentation. Thank you very much.
Janice, do we need any of your slides? Or
I don't understand how to stop sharing. I'm sorry.
I don't know. I can do it. I think I can do that.
Okay, good. Here, there.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe the same presentation.
Okay.
Si vas más abajo, están las mías. Si vas más abajo, están las mías.
Okay,
Están todas en las mías.
perfecto. Por aquí.
Aquí, a partir de
Listo. Entonces, vale, para pasar, simplemente aquí, ¿vale?
Perfect. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the invitation. Good morning. Good morning to colleagues and friends from Paraguay. I will say in 5 minutes a few words about Paraguay and how to do in business in Paraguay. Complementary to the words of the Janice, we have export composition in Paraguay. We have some numbers about value and composition of exports. Energy, 50%. Primary products, 29%. For an amount in US dollars, about 2,500 million in 2003. This number multiplied by about three times in 2020, like you can see in these graphics. Some words, complementary words about energy. Energy is the powerful resource in Paraguay. As you can say in this image, Paraguay has the lowest electricity tariffs in the region. That is very important because to produce, to install industry, to install companies in our country, Paraguay, we need energy, we need resource to produce, to increase industrial and economic activity. How can you see? The price of megawatt per hour in Paraguay is the lowest in the region, for $41 per megawatt hour, against, I come from Uruguay, and this is for me very, very awful. The Uruguay has the most highest price of, by example, residential tariff for the electricity. This is very, very difficult to produce in Uruguay, to produce in Argentina or in Chile also. So how we can speak about that? Because one tool for the companies come from outside Latin America, outside for Paraguay, is the maquila regime. Regime for production of goods and service for export. How does that mean? That means tax for 1% on the final value of the produce, goods and services in country, and then export to the another countries. Suspension of import taxes for materials, machinery, and other necessary supplies. VAT returns on the purchase of goods and services as a tax credit. This is very, very important. This is benefits for companies that install in Paraguay to produce and export goods and services. We have some examples. We have some companies in Switzerland, in Paraguay, Swiss companies installed in Paraguay as Nestle, as Roche, etc. And so we are very, very, in Paraguay, very interested in to improve the collaboration between countries in the Mercosur, and that for that question, FTA between Mercosur and Switzerland is very, very important for us. This is a very attended, expected tool for improve commercial exchange between the bloc and the FTA blocks. So to end this intervention, this presentation, I have to say a few words about the bonus, demographic bonus, and as say Janice, we have a bonus. I have very important part of the population are in Paraguay young people, and this mean that the vocational education training system will be improved to respond the needs of the companies in human trained people. So I finished my intervention, my presentation, and thank you for that time and for your attention. Thank you very much.
Very much, Pablo, and also Janice. Nice to see you. Now, next, I think would follow up Björn from Penguin Academy. I think you're joining online. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. Thank you very much.
Trying to confirm that you can see my slides.
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Second. All right. Okay, so it's a big pleasure that I got the chance to present today as well our project. It's very cool for me because I originally studied at the University of St. Gallen, and from there actually we made the first contact. I was first in contact with Paraguay for the first time 2015, and today actually I live here. I now have a family here, and yeah, it's an amazing opportunity to present today. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm the founder and CEO of Penguin. We are traditionally a Swiss headquartered digital agency providing digital products for companies from 6 continents. We are there since around 10 years. And since 2019, we have a strong focus on Paraguay with a vision to make Paraguay the technology hub of South America. And today I'm gonna present you a little project we are currently working on, and also like the vision we have for Paraguay. So our vision is for Paraguay to become a digitized nation. We think one of the most important things that Paraguay is lacking is like a feasible way to move forward into a future that's gonna be very disruptive from what we know today. And I mean, we feel this already, I think, with the last 2 years more than ever. And what we're currently working on is to build the Paraguay's first digital center. It's a research and analytics center where we create over 3,000 jobs. So the way we do that is basically by using Paraguay's #1 untapped resource, which is electricity in our opinion, and transform it into human potential by operating data centers. So we already heard that Paraguay has a vast amount of electricity. It's all completely clean energy generated by hydro. And there is not a lot of use right now in Paraguay for that, right? So data centers is a perfect opportunity to use this energy. And in fact, we're currently going our way through the political instances to be able to contract a large amount of energy in Paraguay. And then by the profits that these data centers that we're building generate, we are able basically to create these 3,000 jobs, and we actually are hiring to train the Paraguayans. So it's wrong here on the slide. We hire to train them. So we hire basically Paraguayans. The only requirement is basic literacy, and then bring them through our own academy, which at the end, after 2 years, they're basically like fully employable or fully working. They already work during those 2 years, but at the end, they're like fully ready engineers, basically, without a official degree, but highly sought talent at the market. We have a number of companies that already signed letters of intent with us and are very interested in joining here. So in case someone is currently seeing this and is also interested and has some problems finding the right digital talent, this could be a source, basically, to solve these problems in the future. So one of our partners is SAP, a very big German, probably you're aware of it, a software company. Another one is a $3.2 billion asset real estate fund from Germany. And another one is a startup from Germany, which hired over 200 employees in the last few months or years. So we go from like enterprise to startups. There are various interested parties and companies that are looking for good talent. So how does that fit in with the environment we are right now? To Paraguay, like on the one hand side in the world, right, we're like having this crazy disruption, right? It's everything turning digital, everything like the world, the new world, new work of work life is coming, and it's changing very fast. At the same time, in Paraguay, you don't feel that. And in fact, right now, one of the key problems that we found in Paraguay is that we need to somehow find a way to offer attractive jobs here. And while with these changes, some jobs might be lost, others might be created, but most of them probably will change in a way, right? There are basically two opportunities in this change that we have as Paraguay, in my opinion. On the one hand side, we can focus on the traditional jobs, which are easy to be replaced by AI in the future or technology, where it's always about competing on price. We just heard the concept of a maquila, which is like a very famous concept in Paraguay. A lot of politicians, a lot of companies are talking about it here, and they try to like create like a hub like what we do for technology, but more for like manual labor and maquila. And basically what it always comes down is to like compete on price. And then on the other hand side, you have like jobs that are in high demand in the ICT sector. Like there's so many like open jobs and opportunities. But in this area, you always will compete on skills, right? So if you compare the two, for example, opportunities with a maquila versus like where you build a high-tech park, providing talent for the world, like this will basically lead to career opportunities. You will, like employees will have the opportunity to choose from competing companies that offer very interesting environments to work in, versus in a maquila you're normally very limited because like it's a low skilled labor and there's a lot of potential to be replaced. Basically there's also little opportunity to like go further in the like to make a career here, right? And there's also less of a cluster effect with maquilas. So like it's interesting to have a maquila, but if you actually have the talent, you will be able to attract way more companies these days, right? And once you have this talent around, you'll probably get in more companies. So you have a stronger pool. And of course, the salaries are also very different. Like we have around $315 is the minimum salary in Paraguay. So that's what the normal pay actually is for a vast amount of people, especially in the maquila setting. Whereas when you do these engineering jobs, now you can do them remote, right? That's a crazy opportunity that we're having right now. You're normally talking about like $1,000 entry salaries. And then after 2-3 years, you're talking about $3,000 or more dollars, which is for Paraguay is very achievable. We have a lot of our former students that have that today. And it's incredible, basically, if you think about it, people that used to do 300 suddenly making 1,000 and then like within 2 years making 3,000. It's incredible changes that are possible there in the individual lives, but of course also for a country that currently faces a very high debt and also needs to like grow the GDP basically, right? Or like somehow handle that. Those are extreme opportunities. As Penguin, we have been building programs, not only in Paraguay, but actually also for the HSK, for example. We built a curriculum for 2 coding boot camps that I hope are still in the curriculum today, and also built curriculums in China and other places in the world. But as I said, since 2019, we are very strongly focused on Paraguay. Thank you very much for listening to that, and I hope it was interesting to see about it.
Thank you.
If there are any questions or anything to ask.
Thank you. Igor, I don't know if you can hear us.
Hi.
Yes, I can. Hello, everyone.
Perfect. Thank you. Hello.
Can you have the presentation for?
Yes.
Can you share the screen? Okay,
I do.
perfect. Great, thank you.
You are most welcome. All right, good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be invited in front of such a great audience. So my name is Igor Lutz, and I'm co-founder of Travisory. So we're a Swiss scale-up company, close to 100 team members already. We're based in Neuchâtel, Switzerland, and we have actually a worldwide presence, and we including some team members in Mercosur, in Uruguay, and soon in Paraguay. So what do? We help governments to enhance their security and revive tourism and business. So what are the Paraguay health challenges? So there are many obstacles to revive tourism and business revival. First, like in many other countries, if you want to visit Paraguay, you need a negative PCR test. You need to fill in a form on the Ministry of Health website. You need to prove that you have a medical insurance once you get there. You have some temperature screening at the airport or points of entry. But then you also have to take a mandatory PCR test after 5 days when you get there. And if you're unlucky to be tested positive, then you're put in quarantine. So as a tourist, I wouldn't like to go in such a destination today, especially with a family with all these risks. Now, if we look at the security challenges of Paraguay, so there are many security concerns over there: drug trafficking, transnational crimes, transportation of illegal merchandise, but also money laundering and people trafficking. So if we look at the visa policy of international visitors, we see that people or visitors from 61 countries excuse me, they don't require a visa to enter Paraguay. So there is absolute no risk assessment performed on these visitors pre-arrival. So it means that such countries are exposed to security threats because as you will see, doing risk assessment on arrival is not possible to do it efficiently. So Paraguay today, they haven't implemented a system that is mandatory to implement. And this is called an API PNR system that stands for Advanced Passenger Information. What is it? It's basically, it's a system that enforces airlines to submit the passenger manifest in electronic format to the government. And you see all the countries that haven't implemented yet this system. So Paraguay has not implemented it yet. So they don't have the system to fight against transnational crime and terrorism. So to summarize, so Paraguay, they lack visitor risk assessments to do risk assessment pre-travel. They don't know who will show up at their borders. They don't have an API PNR systems. They still have some antiquated border management systems. Everything still relies on paper forms that you have to fill in when you arrive there. So it's not efficient. When you assess people on arrival, it creates queues and it frustrates people. And so the country has no system to trace foreigners in the country. And the legacy solution providers are proven unfit for the job. So what if your visitors would get a simple, swift, and secure travel experience? So this is what we do. We have a solution that are using all these modern technologies, artificial intelligence, machine learning, scanning of documents, biometrics, etc., to do pre-travel assessment and also enable to facilitate border entry and border exit. So we uniquely combine data that are coming directly from visitors through health facial travel authorization and e-visa systems. And we combine these data together with data that we receive from transport companies, airlines, that are coming from these systems. And we have an algorithm and a risk engine that analyze all of this pre-travel, so before visitors show up in the country. And this is in the middle, what you see, this is our visitor management platform. So how could Paraguay look like tomorrow if they were interested to implement our system? So we would implement such a system. So an e-visa, an electronic visa system combined for visa people, combined with an electronic facial travel authorization system for visa exempt people, so that everyone could be assessed pre-travel. And so this is web interfaces, but also mobile apps that anyone can use. And it's a seamless experience, basically, to give all the required documents and answer questions, do the declaration of health and everything pre-travel, so that when you travel, you have a peace of mind and all you carry is your travel authorization and you know that you will be authorized to enter borders. So it's one single platform also for Paraguay agents. So immigration agents, counterterrorism, intelligence, but also health ministries to assess and authorized or not pre-travel people based on our recommendation and risk engine on the security and health potential threats of people. So this is also a screenshot that shows all the information coming from transport carriers. So you see where people are seated for COVID tracing, you see where they are coming from, where they have been in transit. And so our software provides and generates all kinds of alerts, risk alerts, whether there are security risks. We go and compare all this data with international watch lists like Interpol, FBI, but also we look at the health risks where people have been the last 15 days, etc. And obviously, our algorithm scans all the PCR tests or COVID vaccine tests at the source directly when we can, where we have access to the green passes, and we actually have access to more than 50 countries. So to summarize, what would be the benefits for Paraguay to implement such a system? So first, they would not need a budget. Everything is self-funded by a small visitor fee. If you go to the US, you pay $14 to go there as a visa-free person. You have to do the ESTA, and in many other countries, you have to do so. So this fee self-funds the entire system. Travisory keeps a portion of it, and the rest is for the government. So we generate new revenue to governments. We enable a seamless, paperless, no more paper to fill in, contactless visitor experience to revive tourism and business. It enables the country to have a state-of-the-art system to combat transnational crime, terrorism, but also future pandemics and epidemics. And finally, it would enable the government to be compliant to this mandate by the United Nations that every country has to implement API PNR on Earth. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions, doesn't look like. No questions?
I'm sorry, it was muted. So we were just telling you that the questions will be afterwards in the roundtable, during the roundtable at the end of the panel.
Thank you very much for your presentation. As the last presentation of this block on economy and commerce, now would follow up Javier from Nestlé. I think you are joining online as well. I think we're not able to hear you at the moment if you're speaking. Maybe if you can change the audio input or something similar.
I don't think
Maybe
it's a problem.
we can't hear you yet.
No, can you hear us? Yes, you do. Okay, but we can't hear you. Oh, okay, right. Let's see if with the sound of on the mobile phone, maybe. Still no sound, sorry.
Seems like the mobile phone could be muted also still.
Yeah, maybe it's muted, your mobile phone, yeah.
Now, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect.
Perfect, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so sorry for that. There was a problem in the audio in my computer.
Okay.
So, okay. I think that you are going to move the slides. I send you the presentation
yeah, as
on
you
Wednesday.
wish. Yes,
okay.
you just tell me when I have to carry on. Right.
So let's start because I think that we are a little bit delayed. So
I'm sorry, I'm going to. Okay.
So we can start with the slide number 3, maybe. So the objective of the presentation is to explain you how we create share value in Paraguay, as in fact we do in any other market where we operate. So I have jumped one slide, which is a global overview of Nestlé around the world, but I think that it's better to keep the focus in Paraguay. So our presence in Paraguay is the following one. We have a business of around 40 million US dollars. Paraguay is part of what we call a Plata region. So Argentina, Uruguay, and Paraguay. We have one head office and we have one shared services center. And I will come back on this last part because it's an important part of our presence in Paraguay. No? In terms of people that we are employing in Paraguay, as you can see, close to 400 direct employees. This evolves obviously every week, and 250 indirect employees. We have more than 70 years of presence in different ways. First, through distributors, and during the last close to 30 years in a very direct way. And we are active part of the food and beverage chamber. And also a very important part is that we are active member of PRO, which is an association that is promoting the formal work and activities around the country. So if we move to the next slide, please. This is the comparison of our commercial activity within the country. So as you can see, we are number 5 in the food and bev market, with again, strong presence in several categories such as coffees, confectionery, infant nutrition, and some others. If we move to the next one, our objective always is to be present in all life stages of all Paraguayans. And we are present since the beginning with infant nutrition. We are also present with pet food. We have Purina and Friskies as main brands. We go through all the life cycle, let's say, till the end, where we have specific products for aging people. If we move to the next one very quickly, the brands that we have in the country, I would say that we have most of our brands in all categories. Here you have a very quick example. So if we focus on the last launches, in 2020, we launched the premium soluble coffee in Nescafé Gold, as well as Starbucks. We have an alliance with Starbucks, and we are producing roast and ground Starbucks in Uruguay. And obviously we are also selling it in Paraguay. And this year, 2021, we launched Nature's Heart, which is a pure-born brand that we acquired some years ago, and we have launched all around LATAM. And this year was the moment to launch it in Paraguay. If we move to the next one, we are super proud of our team in Paraguay. It's a small team, but it's a very professional one. And as you can see, we have had several prizes and recognitions during the last years, mainly in the domain of coffee, but not only. So it's very important in small markets where we have small teams to have this kind of recognitions. And again, the professionalism of our Paraguayan colleagues is really very, very high. And we are super proud of that. If we move to the next slide, you will see that we have a very strong presence in confectionery with brands imported from different markets, Chile, Brazil, Peru. So here you have a quick example of the brands and the products that we are importing to Paraguay. If we move to the next one, and here we start with, let's say, the meat of the presentation, which is the first share service in Paraguay. So this is part of our share value. Share value is how we share the value created in the day-to-day activity of the company with the society where we operate. And one is not the only, but one way of doing that is creating jobs in the marketplace. And this is a very good example, because normally when we talk about shared service centers, we are talking about other kind of markets or countries. And in this case, we were pioneers launching this center in Paraguay. So as you can see, we are giving service to around 20 countries in LATAM, but also beyond LATAM. We have above 300 employees, direct employees in this shared service center. Very young people, and this is another part of the creating shared value activity of Nestlé. We want to promote young talents and jobs for young people to integrate them in the society and in the labor world, let's say. They operate with 2 languages, of course. It's Spanish on one side, is English on the other side. And as you can see, it's based in Paraguay for different reasons. First is macroeconomic stability, which is also and always something that we look at when we place an investment in one market or in one country. Tax advantages, it's also important in terms of making this activity profitable and competitive enough. Young talent, this is another key element. Again, this kind of shared services is mainly integrated by very young people, very talented and very young people. And then, of course, the Spanish language for LATAM. On the right part, you see our services. So maybe these names are not giving a full transparency of what we do, but these are the streams. These are the kind of activities that we work around all, let's say, our markets and countries in the Nestlé world. So it's very important that we have integrated them in our service in Paraguay. If we move to the next slide, here, this is a very global overview about how we see our shared value activity. And as you can see, our vision, and I'm just going to read the 2 first lines, is to unlock the power of food to enhance quality of life for everyone today and for generations to come. So in this sense, it's super, super important to understand that we have 3 activities or 3 levels of activity. First is individual and families. And in this sense, we are very focused on things that are impacting individuals. In this sense, we have selected one element or one activity that is really very important, which is called Nestlé Niños Saludables. And I will come back a little bit afterwards, very quickly for the sake of time. Then we have 4 communities, and here we focus on the communities where we operate. And here you have the logos of the organizations that we are working with. And third, for the planet, that is more long-term, is more resources, water, for instance, where we work with these organizations that we have in this slide. And obviously, there is a lot of activities that are behind these 3 pillars, let's say. For the sake of time, I'm not going to go into the details, but if you are interested in, I can send you more details in all 3 cases. If we move to the next slide, please. So here, this is the Nestlé por Niños Saludables project or initiative. It has more than 20 years where we have an alliance with Tierra Nuestra, validated by the Ministerio de Educación y Cultura. You have the numbers here. You have the numbers, the people, the children that we impacted. And this is an activity that shows the children how, let's say, evaluate and understand what is good food, variety of food, how often we have to eat during the day, very basic things as washing hands before eating. And in this way, we can, let's say, teach them, but also their families, how to eat in a more, let's say, healthy way. If we move to the next one, and I know that I have just some seconds, so maybe this is going to be the last slide. This is our youth program. This was initiated in Europe after the big crisis of 2008. And this was, let's say, spread all around the world. So we took this activity in LATAM around 2010. We have been implementing that in all markets, in all countries. The objective, as you can see, there are 4 pillars, which is to give jobs to the youngsters, to give them also the opportunity to get more skills, to get more opportunities to enter the labor world, and also to give them support to prepare themselves for this activity. So I have more slides, I have more details, but I think that I have already used all my time. And of course, again, and as a conclusion, Nestlé is always operating in what we call a market, which is a country, in a way where we share the value that we create with our, let's say, day-to-day activity of our company. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Javier, for the last presentation. The following part would be the roundtable discussion of the economy and the commerce section. So if please the speakers could come forward to the chairs here, and the online speakers, well, I think you can stay seated where you are. And we have around 15 minutes now to discuss questions of the public mainly, and maybe other areas of interest. Okay, for the roundtable discussion. Please have a seat. All right, so maybe first of all, for me, it's also very cool to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's great to see Paraguay in the spotlight at the university as well. After I worked as the general manager of the Chamber of Commerce in Paraguay as well. And thank you all for coming for very interesting presentations. First, I thought maybe to get a feeling of who has experienced Paraguay physically here in the room. Online, I guess most of you are already in Paraguay.
I guess they are all here. Or am I missing somebody?
I think they're all here.
Okay.
Chinese is not on the screen. Oh, yeah. Maybe just here in the room, because I'm guessing that most of you online are actually in Paraguay. So here in the room, maybe raise your hand if you have been in Paraguay as a person or in person. All right, so that's for the ones at home, that's around 50%, I would guess, roughly, that has been in Paraguay. So maybe an interesting possibility for the ones who have not been here, some new insights, and for the others to share some insights or learn other new things, I hope. So the main goal is first of all to answer questions of the public. Here present, of course, just raise your hand, please, and online, don't hesitate to raise it virtually, and the people from the CLS will notify me if there's a question online. So maybe let's start with that. If there's any question from the public that you would like to have answered, either virtually or here. Mr. Nell, I think I can see you first. I think you can speak.
We don't have any microphone because the room is already enough to, yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Philippe Nell, and I've been for many years in charge of trade investment issues for the Swiss government for the Americas. I've been several times to Paraguay also, and I would like to ask Mr. Javier Texido from Nestlé. Thank you very much for your presentation and also the activities you undertake in Paraguay. Question I would have for you is, under which conditions would Nestlé then be interested to set up a factory in Paraguay and produce some of the wonderful products of Nestlé and then also export it to the region? Thank you.
Mm-hmm. That's a very good question. So look, when we think of creating or installing a new factory, first, what we have to have is stability in the country, and I think that Paraguay, it has. Stability also in regulations and laws, and I think that Paraguay, they have also this. And critical mass, so volumes in the local market, in the local country, that allows to take advantage of this factory. And in this sense, we have around Paraguay other countries that have big factories, in this case, that really prevents, let's say, to think of launching or installing a new factory in Paraguay at this stage, at this moment. This does not prevent us to consider Paraguay as a good country to install a factory in the future, provided that we have these two elements, as I said before, and also the critical mass. And on top of that, Nestlé is always open to what we call M&A, so acquisition of companies. We are always looking around what is going on, if there is any good opportunity. So this could be also another, let's say, option to integrate a factory based in Paraguay. So, and we have, I'm not, let's say, able to speak because there are some confidential projects that are going on in the region, because again, Paraguay belongs, as I said before, to the Plata region, Argentina, Uruguay, Paraguay. So we have some projects, confidential projects going on that could have or could end up in the coming years with some additional activity in Paraguay. I don't know if I answered your question.
Very well, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks a lot. Maybe there's other questions of the public here or online. Yeah, so please.
I have one for Igor Lutz from Travazori, because you were mentioning all the security issues. I have a question for you. Could you comment on the security of data, so on the data protection of the surveillance system?
Absolutely. Yes, please. So on data security, that was your question.
Yeah. Of your surveillance system.
Yes, okay. So that's a good question. So, well, first we follow the GDPR rules. So we are fully compliant with GDPR. And so what we do is that we process data on behalf of the government. So we're not data owner, we're just data processor. So the data controller is the government. And so they have to set the, according to their law, they have to basically to dictate the, the rules that will be applied. And in some occasion, when you, as a government, when you need to capture data pre-travel, you have to do a decree to enable this. And so very often governments that want to implement API PNR systems or pre-travel authorization systems, they need to do a decree to change some of the laws. So I don't know about Paraguay, but if they have an e-visa system already, well, I'm not sure, but this is something that they would need to do before they could implement such a solution. I don't know if I answered your questions. And also,
seems like it is. Thank you. Did you want to add something, or?
Yes, of course. As a company, we put a lot of efforts and focus on data security. This is Also, you know, why we are based in Switzerland. So security is very important. So we take the highest measures on how we protect data, on how we encrypt data, all the way throughout the platform. And so this is crucial for us, obviously. We have some manuals on how secure and on the process and the architecture, but it's something that is available to the governments, of course, upon NDAs.
Thank you very much for the answer. I think I'll go over to a digital question. Yeah.
Yes.
Great. So I'll go ahead and ask you, Maria, from Santa Marco Panchotto in Paraguay. Do you see positive changes and developments which encourage ethical and prudent risk-taking behavior, be it legal or social changes?
Yes, sure. Because it's usually when we talk about in the financial sector, we only think about credit risk. But as I said, the biggest changes in Paraguay, in structural changes, will come from cultural. But I think I see changes because if we believe that any regulation or the tax system, in fact, what it's trying to do is to regulate what the people are doing, that is the best way to change behavior. And as I said, I believe that the pocket is the most sensitive part of us about it. So when we talk about the tax system, we know that in Switzerland it's 27% the pressure. In Paraguay it's very, very low, it's 14%. So that's why I think a great challenge to have great changes and long term is maybe our governments, yeah, great responsibility, but stop using the tax system just to formalize the economy. Paraguay is much more mature now, and you have a better, you have critical mass. So let's get to the point where, yes, we Paraguayans believe that it is possible to grow using ethical and prudent behavior. But they need to see that that is the measure of success and not what in the past and many decades, whomever did not follow those rules were the wealthy ones. So I totally see a change. I see a lot of people very well prepared. And yeah, the young population is totally open. I think they want transparency. And because that question you made, Professor, is key, even in tax transparency. Is there a conflict between data protection and transparency? It shouldn't be. We need to make sure that we use technology for the best, because I think the only way forward is transparency and knowing who is who, but being totally careful about cybercrime and cyber fraud, because that's key. It shouldn't be a conflict. There could be, but if we have the right intentions, both should work for the same objective.
Thank you very much. I don't know, Santa Marco, if you have a follow-up question on that. Otherwise, I would continue with the next question, which also comes from digital first, if that's all right. So it is to Björn Schmidtke, who is joining online from Penguin Academy. Björn, how can you get more info about the training programs that Penguin Academy is offering?
So we have been relaunching our program completely this year. And shortly there will be a new website. It's penguin.academy. So if you check that website or on our Instagram, I think it's Penguin Stripe, that you could find also the previous activities. This is where we are showing, but currently as we're in a month-long process to negotiate with the government on a deal for electricity. Once we have that finalized, then the new programs will be launched, because they're heavily dependent basically on how much energy we're finally able to contract here.
Right.
But I hope, I'm very optimistic now. We're very close, and I think within the next 30 to 60 days, I think there will be a vast, a relaunch and a lot of information available.
Great, thank you. I think we had 2 questions with Alex. Maybe you will.
Yeah, probably have a question to Janice and Pablo.
Yes.
Just regarding, let's say, the interest of Swiss companies in Paraguay, given that the neighboring countries gone through, let's say, political and economic volatility, and Paraguay has, I think, within the region, a really low tax burden. So do you know during the last couple of years that there's more demand coming from Swiss companies being interested to invest in Paraguay?
Sobre todo comparando con Uruguay, Argentina, que su estabilidad política y presión tributaria.
I think, sorry for the answer, but I think Mercosur lives now in the actuality tensions at internal between, for example, Argentina and Uruguay, and its point goes to benefit Paraguay and Uruguay, for instance. But one point in that will be to benefits Paraguay is taxes system and the low pressure for societies that come, companies that come in the country. For example, Uruguay have a really good framework, legal framework to do this, but the pressure for taxes and for the labor regulations are very intensive. The labor regulations for the market are really heavy. And another problem in Uruguay is unions. And in Paraguay, we don't have this problem, not at all. This is very a dialogue, fluent dialogue between unions, between government and between companies. This is a very important point. So for the Swiss companies, it's a very it's a big opportunity to integrate, to entry in the Mercosur bloc, I guess.
Bruno wants to.
Yes, do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, okay. I just wanted to complement a little bit because if we see Mercosur as a bloc, you see the countries are very different one from another. And depending on what the Swiss company is looking for, they may choose one or the other country to invest and to explore. I mean, obviously, if the Swiss company is looking for a market, I mean, you cannot compare Paraguay to Brazil and Argentina because those two are much bigger markets than Paraguay and Uruguay. But then if you take the bloc as a whole, you would see that Paraguay has a privileged position in macroeconomic stability, which, for example, you don't find in Argentina. It's very hard nowadays to get money out of Argentina if you're selling something to them. So it depends on what the Swiss company is looking for. They would choose one or the other country. And I think Paraguay has a leverage here if we talk about the macroeconomic stability and also the cost of electricity, the energy. So for those kind of industries that would that need to operate with low cost energy, Paraguay is a good solution for them for that case. One good example was the colleague here talked about the data centers. Those are very interesting, especially if we consider nowadays all the cryptocurrencies. I heard of some projects also in Paraguay about crypto mining, and these are things that we have to deal. But we don't see like a general move towards, unfortunately, towards Mercosur. I mean, actually, with the pandemic, it was a little down point on the request from Swiss companies to go to that region, unfortunately, as a whole, yeah. And then it follows also Paraguay in this case.
Thank you very much, Bruno. I think with respect to the time, maybe we postpone other questions to the break, where you can feel free to go to the panelists and ask them your remaining questions, or write them after the event. I think there's also an interesting subject regarding the EU Mercosur Free Trade Agreement and the Mercosur EFTA Free Trade Agreement in different terms. But let's end the discussion here. Thank you very much for the questions and for the presentations, of course, again, also online. And let's continue with the next section.
Pero antes de continuar verbalmente, vamos a hacer un entreacto musical donde la paraguaya Violeta Ramos va a echar el puente a la sección cultural. Es un gran placer tenerla aquí y nos alegramos mucho de escuchar su arte. So I will play four different pieces, three from Paraguay and one from Argentina. Gracias, Violeta. Volverá hacia el final de la jornada. Otra vez misma. Deleita. Y ahora el próximo moderador toma el escenario.
Gracias, Ivette, y sobre todo también gracias, Violeta. What a great start to the next section of our jornada. It's really highly appreciated. It's a kind of the perfect transition, a good match, as we will talk about culture, among other things, in this second section. But first of all, good afternoon also from my side here in St. Gallen and in Europe. Good morning and buenos dias in Paraguay. It's a pleasure for me to welcome you to the Culture and Environment section of this jornada, or if you want to put it in a chronological order of speakers' appearance, it would be the other way around, environmental and culture section. As Ursula Reger from the Museum der Kulturen in Basel, also a cultural scientist, but today she will talk about environment. With her presentation on environmental challenges in the Chaco. She will then hand over to Adriana González Brun.
Okay, yeah. Bueno, sí. ¿Dónde yo? Exacto. Simplemente tiene. Eso. Muy bien. Dándole aquí. Muchas gracias.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation. I will talk this afternoon of the extractivism and its consequences in the Chaco and invite you to think about alternatives or alternative worldviews. Moment. A ver ahora. Since end of the 1990s, my mother Verena and I am collaborating with indigenous artistic collective in the Chaco. Osvaldo Pitoe, Jorge Carema, Efacio Alvarez, Marcos Ortiz, Esteban Clasen, Eurides Asque Gomez, and Clemente Julios are self-taught artists. They are members of the Nivacle and Guaraní language groups and live in the settlements Cainoclin, Yiclocat, and Campo Alegre in the central Chaco at the periphery of the Mennonite colonies. The Gran Chaco is, after the Amazon basin, the largest forested area in the lowlands of South America and extends over 1 million square kilometers. It has a semi-arid climate and is rich in endemic species. The forest has a continuous presence in the drawings of indigenous artists. Main motifs of graphic representation are trees, plants, animals, birds, and insects. The forest is of fundamental importance for indigenous ways of being in the world. The drawings show that the relation with the forest and the beings that inhabit it are still important to the Nivacle and Guaraní, although their ways of life had been profoundly transformed over the past 2 generations due to multiple processes of violent colonization. Osvaldo Pitoe represents the forest in his drawings as a source of food and relates to the subsistence activities of the Chaco people. Sought after game are peccaries, deer, ostriches, anteaters, and tapirs. Along the way, men hunt also smaller animals such as armadillos, iguanas, guinea pigs, or birds. Before permanent contact with the colonizing society, subsistence activities were based on the control of large territories, the collective use of land, and mobility. The women in Osvaldo Pitoe's drawings are collecting. Depending on the season, they fill their large bags of caraguatá fiber with different plant foods, with algarrobo husks, bush beans, berries, prickly pear figs, palm hearts, caraguatá bulbs, and herbs. The food was seasoned with salt and pepper. The forest also supplied raw materials such as wood, plant fibers, and animal materials for the manufacture of everyday objects. The Chaco people used beneficial effects of certain trees and plants for medicinal and healing purposes in combination with shamanic practices. With the first rains, men prepared the gardens and women planted sweet potatoes, maize, beans, watermelons, gourds, and pumpkins. Abundance is a recurring motif in the drawings of Osvaldo Pitoe. The people of the Chaco hunted, gathered, fished, and planted to share. Reciprocal sharing of food was nurturing close, symmetrical, and lasting relationships between relatives and friends. Jorge Carema draws the Pilcomayo River, the fish and their mothers. The luck when fishing depends considerably on a good relationship with the Inor Clavoque, women of the water or mothers of the fish. They protect and defend their children, the fish. Like fish, all other species of animals and bees have a clavo, a father or owner. They must be asked permission to search for their children. If the hunter let injured animals escape or killed a larger or unnecessary number of animals, he could provoke the anger and punishment of the clavo. Esteban Clasen is drawing the jaguar. He is the largest predator in the forest and considered by the Chaco people as alter ego of the human hunter and as a person. Further, the jaguar is associated with the shaman. According to the Nivacle, only the Toyer, a wise and powerful person, has an extraordinary consciousness and particular skills. Through songs, he or she can access to the world of non-humans and can communicate with them. The encounters with animals, such as the jaguar, with non-human beings or certain trees, show that humans and non-humans inhabit the world together. They share moral, sensitive, and spiritual capacities. On this basis, they communicate and maintain manifold and interdependent relationships. Animals and spirits, analogous to humans, lead their own social life in collectives. However, humans and non-humans are fundamentally distinguished by their bodies and their habits. Also, according to mythical accounts, the Papu Paxlac, the ancestors, had human character. The stories tell how these primordial humans were transformed for various reasons into the present forms of animals, trees, and plants. So the myths as well as the drawings reveal an animated world. Here, the notion of the person is not limited to its human form, and there is no clear distinction between nature and culture as in Western thought. Dreaming of the jaguar means, according to indigenous notions, danger, struggle, and death. Violent processes of internal colonization began in the Chaco with the 20th century. Indigenous people were dispossessed from their territories without compensation, resettled on mission stations, and converted to Christian faith. Indigenous migrants had few other options than to work as cheap wage laborers for the expanding settler economy. With the land, the Chaco people lost access to the forests to their livelihood. From this loss resulted precarious living conditions and the social marginalization of indigenous communities to this day. The drawings by Eurides Asque Gomez visualize the current neo-colonial social order that is mediated by churches, schools, and the nation state. Currently, the Chaco experiences one of the fastest rates of deforestation in the world. In the name of dominant paradigm of production, development, and progress, large areas are being deforested. Currently, more than 1,000 hectares of forest are cut down per day for cattle ranching and agricultural and industrial agriculture. Clemente Julios addresses with his drawings the concern about deforestation. He says, "They cut the trees down and chase the bees out, and every time there are fewer animals, we are afraid of their extermination. When I see how they are felling the trees and massive deforestation for cattle ranching, I'm worried. The animals need the forest. They are dwelling there. Now they have to escape, but they have nowhere to go." In his drawings, Clemente Julios represents also various species of bees, whose honey has been an important component of the Chaco people's diet. Due to massive deforestation and the use of large-scale agrochemicals, wild bees continue to become extinct in the Chaco. The disappearance of bees is a warning that indicates that the reproduction of life is in danger. In this upsetting satellite image, we see that in the first image, in the 1970s, the forest in the Chaco is almost intact still. In the 90s, in the second, you see in the middle, the white patch, that is the deforestation extending from the Mennonite colonies that can be clearly seen. Then in the third picture and in the fourth, from 2000 until 2018, mainly in the past 20 years, the deforestation has increased at an incredible rate and a massive scale. All the white patches you see is deforested now. There are only left some bigger areas here in the northern Chaco. Everything else is cut down. Extractivism and exploitation of the earth, resources, and people leaves a terrifying and worrying trail of destruction in the Chaco. Deforested areas favor large-scale fires, destroy remaining forest reserves, and cause air pollution. The lack of canopy and ground cover promotes dust formation during the dry season and the occurrence of extreme events such as storms with high wind speeds and heat waves. The forest plays an important role in water cycle. Through deforestation, the soil dries up, the groundwater level sinks, and areas of land become salty, resulting in soil degradation and desertification. Dry periods and droughts are increasing. Soil, air, water are polluted by fertilizers and toxic agrochemicals used for industrial agriculture. Health risks and diseases associated with the use of strong pesticides and herbicides, such as glyphosate, cause increasing numbers of respiratory diseases, increasing cancer rates, miscarriages, and fetal malformations. The loss of biodiversity currently, already 76 animal species are threatened with extinction due to shrinking and loss of habitat, and 279 plant species are considered threatened. Also increasing are inequality, human rights violations, social conflict, and violence. In Eastern Paraguay, peasants and indigenous communities are forcibly displaced to expand soy cultivation. In the Chaco, land grabbing and deforestation are dispossessing indigenous people. Land is extremely unevenly distributed in Paraguay. About 3% of the population own around 90% of the land. That means that the very small elite decides on the use of land and the benefits economically of it. Even if Guaraní is one or is only one of many indigenous languages spoken in Paraguay, is a national language, indigenous people and the rural population still suffer many forms of discrimination, and their rights to land and a dignified life are disregarded. What if we would consider the forest and the environment not only as resources and commodities to be exploited and to be sold? Indigenous people inhabited and used the forest without destroying it. Their coexistence with non-humans is based on mutuality, and with humans on relationships based on sharing and reciprocity. The removal of what is necessary to preserve life is associated with great human responsibility and respect for other beings. Indigenous people have a long historical experience and comprehensive knowledge about the relationships with plants, trees, animals, and non-human beings. We are convinced that indigenous people are key players in using the forest sustainably and preserving it for the life of future generations. Thank you very much.
Pero se va a ver, bueno, no importa, es que no se puede no ver, es un problema que y esto lo ponemos tal cómo pasa. Porque esto lo puedes dar. Sí, yo me quedo que lo paso. Sí, pasa. Yo también. Ok. Perdón.
Okay, good afternoon. Sorry for the little delay. And thank you for the invitation and for being here. Yes. Paraguay is a country with a strong identity and a powerful contemporary expressive force, both culturally and artistically, that stems from indigenous communities, as we saw, as well as Paraguayans' rural and urban population. However, this enormous treasure is not well known globally, as Paraguay has historically remained isolated for various reasons and is yet to be experienced by many. Even today, there are few spaces for representation and dissemination. Its artistic production is highly underrepresented and undermarketed. No, I'm still not. Okay. Okay, no problem. Having lived in various countries in the last 20 years, I was able to observe and compare the access to representation that is available mainly in the field of visual arts, the differences in the dynamic that exists between my country and others, and I was able to confirm the limited outreach and the little participation that Paraguay has in the global sphere. This limited access is lived by many artists due not only nationality and cultural background, but for a multiplicity of reasons. Seguimos. Seguimos un poco. Okay. I play. Analyzing the reality from different places, from very different points of view that go beyond the political limits imposed by the borders of the countries, show me that in order for Paraguay to be part of the global platform, it is first essential to create a long-term link, ties significant trust networks woven between art producers, artists, and the different actors in the sectors, between countries' institutions as well. Once these real links exist, we will be able to create long-term agreements and contracts, transcend borders, and increase presence in the market. Okay.
Dan dan dirirai dan 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 dum dum dee 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 dum 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 dee dee dee.
So comes Frustrums, a space for collective thought, an artistic project that began in Paraguay and Switzerland, and that was initially born as a response to the need to spread Paraguayan art and to connect Paraguayan artists with Latin America and the world. With this intention in mind, we began contacting artists from different Latin American countries, whether they live within or outside the physical Latin America territory. Next. 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 the artists are selected with the concept of diversity in mind, with a clear intention of creating a network that represents the entire reality of Latin American visual arts, Paraguay included, and not just a part of it. We seek to enable dialogue between well-established artists and emerging artists, that those whose art sees the mainstream limelight share and collaborate with artists who produce within the so-called underground scene. Very young creators, sometimes with surprising works and ideas, to think collectively with mature artists and creators with very different ways of understanding art to collaborate based on that difference. Next. Oh, next slide. At this moment, we are developing the 4th edition among 63 artists from 20 countries. Another 160 artists from 27 countries collaborated in the first 3 editions. Well-known artists such as Fatima Martini from Paraguay, whose work is part of the collection in the Museum de Reina Sofia, or who participated in the Venice Biennale, San Pablo Biennale, Eduardo Basualo from Argentina, who exhibited as well in the Biennale of Venice, in Del Sur, in the Museum of Malva, Joaquin Sanchez from Bolivia, who is an artist and curator of the CR Biennale, and who also showed in all main biennales, Professor Mónica González from Paraguay, who was also in all mainstream biennales and also in alternative ones, such as the Bienal of Fin del Mundo, of the Bienal of the End of the World. Isabel Cisnero from Venezuela, who has exhibited extensively internationally, as well as Professor Patricio Fogel from Chile, with important international exhibitions and curatorial works. Matilde Recondo from Argentina, who on top of her constant artistic research continuously teach those with less chances. Miriam Negromonte from Brazil with her magnificent work in the San Pablo Biennale. Juana Córdoba from Ecuador, that research, his art is about nature research. Alejandra Alarcón, Mexican and Bolivian artists. Myself, that I also shown in all the main biennales. Barbara Presso from Haiti, Habda Pai from Martinique, and so many more. Some whose names are just emerging, but whose expressive capacity and potentials for thought have contributed enormously. Next, okay. Each edition invites such diverse group of artists to think together about common problems and to produce a collective result in a very short time span, allowing us to learn from each other artistic, lived, and cultural background. The emphasis is not in the result, but on the process and the strengthening of interpersonal links. The richness of the experience is quickly evident in the multiplicity of views, the many coincidences, and the profound meeting points. You hear that? Restaurants today seems to really exist within the interstitial space between borders, a network that, in addition to creating trust and generating dialogues that probably would not have existed otherwise, enhance a collective thought that sometimes flow from opposite realities. we can see firsthand how this intersection lead to intense, different, new experience and meaningful learning. Next. We aspire for this network to expand, to be able to summon more diverse and underrepresented nations, cultures, artists, and perspective over time, creating more spaces for dissemination for all artists, regardless of background. Muchas gracias.
Thanks a lot, Adriana. So now we'll connect with Felix in Paraguay. Felix, can you hear us? Felix Toranzo. Okay, this doesn't seem to be the case, so we will go to Oscar Centurion.
Yeah.
Oscar?
He's there.
Oscar, can you hear us? Okay, so I suggest that we play the movie he prepared for us, and we'll try to reach him in the meantime.
Sorry? Okay.
So we can just look at the video we produced.
Vale, momento. Sorry, I just make the connection. Okay.
We are this evening very happy to present a video and images by Mario Franco, a photographer and a researcher of our culture in Paraguay, and focus on the cultural heritage of the Jesuits of the 17th and 18th centuries. You know that for most of the people that are attending this virtual meeting, South America and the South Cone, is a continent, is of highlights, beaches, mountains, lakes, and river falls, monumental buildings, and several UNESCO World Heritage cities and archaeological sites. So it's not easy to travel to South America without all these carnival festivities influence. But among all these other wonderful countries and all the other cultural, tangible and intangible cultural heritage that we have in South America, Paraguay is like the hair of South America, and still has a mystery that move to some people like Ben Staff from the International Traveler magazine, who say that is South America's best kept secret. In fact, Paraguay has a wonderful cultural heritage from different periods, from the colonial era and also from 19th and 20th century, but also natural wonders, and especially the subject that we are focused on this evening, which are the Jesuit missions of the Guaraní in the Spanish colonial Paraguayan province. And which is part of a huge network in these Americas, which goes, which starts in Peru, in the south of Peru, and then it goes spread through North America, and even arrive to Ottawa and Montreal, maybe. A very important enterprise, which also became famous as a film that most of you have attended, which is The Mission, of with wonderful music as well of Ennio Morricone, and also which try to cover some aspect of this wonderful adventure, which goes through the beginning of the 16th century, and 17th century, and goes to 1767 or 1768, when the expulsion from all the Catholic world became reality. After that, well, the history have changed in several countries, and mainly in Paraguay, where even the name of the province of Paraguay in Latins, which means the province of Paraguay, have changed a lot, and we still have traditions, cultural memories, and especially the remainings, which Mario have registered with his very magic camera. There are several scholars and historians which have studied this period in Paraguay, or in Peru, or in North America, or even in Central America, all over the world, because in fact the Jesuits, in a way, were the first multinational company, and they export goods from all over the world for the other colonies, and maybe that wasn't one of the reasons of its expulsion. I mean, it was economic reasons, in fact. But we are not today for going so deep into all these details, that I hope the Embassy of Paraguay and Madam Ambassador can organize for the future, for after the plagues, after this pandemic, that we can meet and with other scholars and colleagues from Canada, which are studying and researching about this period in South America. Only we can maybe, I mean, focus on certain people such as Voltaire, who would really support the Jesuits at that time. And la mission jésuite du Paraguay est à la fois une entreprise de mission catholique telle que n'a existé d'innombrable à partir du XVIIe siècle. Est un véritable État théocratique gouverné par les jésuites, où ces derniers ont mis sur pied, dans ces années, une organisation sociale utopique sans équivalent dans l'histoire. La zone géographique de ces missions est à cheval sur les États contemporains du Paraguay, de l'Argentine, du Brésil et de l'Uruguay au Rio de la Plata. Y les ruines de Santísima Trinidad de Paraná et de Jesús de Tabarangüe sont classés patrimoine mondial par l'UNESCO depuis 1993. Et Mario en fait, Mario Franco en fait a enregistré Trinidad y Jesús, surtout dans ses travaux visuels. Et vous savez que Voltaire est un des principaux philosophes de lumière. Il occupe une place toute particulière jusqu'à aujourd'hui dans la mémoire collective. Voltaire apparaît comme le premier philosophe engagé, vouant ses écrits et ses interventions au service de la liberté de penser, de croire, de la tolérance et de la justice. All these thoughts and principles were very related to the Jesuits and their projects in the, as they call, reductions or the missions which they established in several countries in the Americas. Especially, I mean, they were very, very successful in the arts. Sculpture, paintings, architecture, several visual arts, prints, designs, drawings, etc. And at this point, I would like to mention, to remember a good friend and colleague, Govin Alexander Bailey, Canadian, by the way, who have worked also in the United States, and at the moment he is in Scotland. But he had his thesis about the Jesuit missions in Latin America and in Asia focused 2 or 3 points where they were absolutely successful. And one of these points was Paraguay, where the sculptures and the art that they produced were absolutely unique, and is a form that many other scholars also agree. I don't want to agree more, because I mean, you will see, you will watch very wonderful images about two missions of Paraguayan missions of the Guaraní, and I hope that next year we can meet again with more time and with under less pressure to go further and to take this subject as a channel of understanding and exchange between Paraguay and Canada. All the best to you. Good evening again, and thank you very much to all of you.
Merci beaucoup, Oscar. ¿Estás presente con nosotros? ¿Volvió Oscar? No. Félix tampoco.
Hacemos el debate con las 2 mujeres presentes.
Así haremos.
Oscar se conectó, pero...
Oscar se conectó.
Sí, lo que pasa es que...
Y Félix no.
No. Oscar está aquí, sí, pero...
Okay. Ursula, would you like to join? So, any questions from the audience? Please.
Yes. So first of all, thank you, Ursula and Adriana, for all your work. It's amazing. So once I read that actually the quality of a country is directly related to the type of stories we are able to tell about ourselves. And in both your cases, I see how our own people are not able to tell their own stories, whether they feel ashamed or whether they don't have the platform to do that. Is it possible for you to, because definitely you need financial resources, and I talk about macroeconomic stability. Is it possible? Have you ever seen anyone trying to convince the economic powers to say, you know, guys, this is actually a good idea. The more art and the more we allow artistic movements to get better and increase, that will also indicate economic growth. Is that a chance, or am I just having a new way of looking at it? How do you try to convince and get the resources that for the valuable work that you do?
Well, I think it's not easy to convince. I think just recently there have been some kind of movement from a more official side that are thinking about how art and how culture can be also business case, which in many countries it is a clearly business case. And I think the culture and artists production that we have in Paraguay is probably one of the best, I think it's one of the few things that are really good to sell the country, besides nature and of course many other things. But I think culture and artistic production is so far, even though there is some interest, I don't see from the official side something significant. You know, normally artists are on their own, not only in Paraguay, in the region, outside in the country. It's incredible how little representation Paraguayan artists have. It's really incredible, and especially for the quality of art in every population, because we have a very good production in the urban population, which is, well, very global, very international, but then we have a very contemporary rural production, and as well as indigenous that really show what's happening now. And it's not only craft, which is beautiful as well, but it's real meaningful. I don't know whether you can see.
Yes, I don't know. It's a good question. How to make think of how to create a relationship. My mother is living since the 60s in Paraguay and working with indigenous artists in non-profit projects since the 60s. And out of this project grew the drawing project we are doing together. So it's a long-term involvement, and we experience this rather as difficult because just the macroeconomic elite is responsible for the environmental disasters in the Chaco, and it's locally as well in Mennonite circles or in the colonies where artists live. It's really difficult to talk about this topic. We did a few years ago, in 2018, a huge exhibition at the Museo del Barrio in Asunción, and I was really afraid what would this exhibition be and how the reactions would be. But fortunately, the public was very open and welcomed. The clarity of the critique and the subaltern voices was received very well, and that is for me very animating. But I have to say, we that our non-profit project, we struggle to survive. It's really difficult. The conditions under which the artists live are very precarious. So now maybe you have ideas how to generate a new relationship.
Right. Also, I was shocked about what you showed us about the ecological perspective in Paraguay. So I wonder if there are any forces which will correct that, like a legal framework or
There
politicians.
There are very good laws. The rights of indigenous people are in the constitution, the right of the environment too, but the reality is a complete different story than the laws. And the political, the whole political elite advocating a politics that favors production, progress, and in the name of this politics, the ecological disaster takes place. It's every year, 300,000 hectares are there is nothing left, and there are some smaller and some bigger here reserves like the Cerro León, the Defensores del Chaco, los Médanos del Chaco. Then the Totobego Sode are struggling for land restitution. The area is not controlled and not protected in reality. There are always illegal invasions for timber logging, even settlers who drive their cattle in, and also the right of indigenous peoples in their lands are continually not observed. So it's in reality, it's a very difficult, because the whole judicial system is very for example, the Ayoyo Totobego Sode have the biggest land claim in Paraguay going since the 1990s. Now over more than a generation of people are struggling to get back a small part of their former territory. The infringes on the territory are not sanctioned, and we have several lawyers working on the case, and it are legal struggles that are going out of nowhere. It's really difficult.
Thank you.
And I think it's how people struggle under so hard conditions is very impressive. The local people who struggle for their lives, for their environment, really impressive.
Maybe just a follow-up question. So media are produced in the cities usually, so far away from the remote areas of the Chaco. But do these debates exist in the mass media discourse or not?
Slowly, I think. The concrete, we did our exhibitions also in the Chaco, yes.
Yeah.
But people there are very ambivalent because, for example, Mennonite farmers, they are pro-deforestation. They don't understand that we have to care for our future or for the environment.
Es una pregunta en español para la señora Diana González. Pregunta doña Graciela Martínez si la sociedad paraguaya hasta qué punto tiene conciencia sobre nuestros indígenas. Yo creo que no todo el mundo, pero creo que mucho me va a responder mejor eso. Existe mucho. Sorry, in English. No, la pregunta es en español, o sea que en español puede ser la respuesta. Existe mucho orgullo por la raza, por el idioma, pero es de aquí para afuera, realmente, ¿verdad? Nosotros tenemos la moneda, tenemos el idioma que realmente es hablado en todo el país, el 93% de la población creo que habla idiomas, estamos muy orgullosos, pero los indígenas, los distintos sectores indígenas son los más pobres de los pobres. Se les ha sacado su tierra, se les ha sacado su modo de vivir, se les ha sacado su cultura, su ambiente. Entonces realmente hay una población, sobre todo la gente joven, digamos, cada vez hay más conciencia, pero todavía no llega, o sea, esa conciencia no llega a sobrepasar los intereses económicos que existen detrás y el poder que tiene esa claque, esa pequeña claque apoderada que puede contra las leyes que están muy bien puestas, pero sencillamente no se siguen. No sé si estoy respondiendo la pregunta. Era una pregunta en línea entiendo que...
Sí, y creo que un problema también es la discriminación, que no se personas indígenas y que muy poca gente tiene relaciones directas o amistades con gente indígena, que uno no se conoce muy bien entre los diferentes sectores populares.
Felicidades a las dos. Bueno, primero a Diana, que conozco el proyecto de Rastro, me parece impresionante cómo en pandemia se puede utilizar una situación negativa para algo tan positivo y sobre todo darle visibilidad a tantos artistas que a lo mejor no tienen la plataforma adecuada. Y es muy relativo también a lo que está haciendo Úrsula con Verena en el Chaco, que me parece maravilloso. Y yo les quiero preguntar sobre el uso de los medios sociales para dar a conocer estas plataformas, los artistas. Porque yo llegué a conocer sobre Julius y su trabajo y su exposición en la Fundación Cartier, París, y hasta compré su obra a través del Facebook. Me enteré de él y de toda su obra. Y me pareció interesante porque si no, no lo hubiera visto en una galería en Asunción. Entonces me gustaría que me hablen de la influencia que tienen ahora estos medios sociales para promocionar este tipo de arte.
¿Prefieres en español o en inglés? ¿En español o da igual? Ok, más fácil, en español. Yo creo que es importantísimo para los países que tenemos menos posibilidades, que tenemos menos apoyo y menos apoyo también del gobierno, las redes sociales y las plataformas de internet es algo que podemos utilizar a nuestro favor. En cuanto a Rastros específicamente, nos permite la conexión. Para nosotros es muy importante, yo les mostré varias cosas que son procesos, nosotros nos llamamos obras de arte, son procesos que hacemos pensando en colectivo. ¿Por qué? Porque el obligarnos a pensar sobre algo, en un caso era el tiempo, en otro caso era, bueno, son diferentes situaciones que a todos nos tocan, hace de que dialoguemos, tomemos partido, dejemos nuestro ego de lado, tengamos que negociar para concluir, decir, bueno, esta idea vamos a desarrollar. Y increíblemente eso ayuda que en poco tiempo los links se creen relativamente fuertes, hasta el punto que en 1 o 2 meses pareciera que conoces a la persona. Nunca es igual, pero realmente yo particularmente creo que no solamente para la parte de venta, pero también para la parte de promoción y para la parte de conexión, ¿verdad? Podemos usar las redes sociales y la red a nuestro favor.
Sí, creo que los medios sociales tienen un potencial bastante, no más lastimosamente que de julio parece en mayo, y sinceramente, estamos preguntos todavía, él sabía manejar muy bien Facebook, Instagram, los otros artistas no manejan, y también tuvimos experiencias un poco difíciles, es que por los medios sociales otra gente se apropia sus trabajos y después les bajan los precios y vuelven a revenderlos a precios muy altos. Y en todo el sector artista existe este problema de que se vuelva otra forma de activismo también. Es muy difícil con el mercado de arte. También con las desigualdades que genera dentro de las comunidades, y eso tratamos de ver que las chances se distribuyen igualitariamente entre el colectivo, pero es muy difícil. Y no sabemos todavía a dónde nos llega la experiencia.
Gracias, me estoy dando cuenta que se juntó a Oscar Centurión. Buen día, a Asunción. ¿No nos estás escuchando, Oscar? No. Can you hear us? Ah, me parece que
No está, he's unmute, he must unmute himself.
Yes, could you maybe unmute el micrófono, abrir el micrófono?
Estoy tratando, ahora estoy, sí, otra vez.
Bueno,
la verdad que me está, muy buenos días, muy buenas tardes por allá para todos, y la verdad que me está escuchar o sea, no sé si es el problema de micrófono o el problema estoy en un espacio, en un coworking space, por eso que estoy con la máscara incluso, ¿no? Porque estoy con otra gente, digamos, también en un espacio compartido. Pero realmente no estoy recibiendo mucho, no estoy pudiendo escuchar mucho las presentaciones de ustedes ahí del local.
Muchas gracias.
Pero no sé si ustedes me escuchan, lo importante es eso.
Hay quizás una última pregunta para
ahora sí.
En la red. Una ultimísima para la señora presente.
When it comes to commercialization, have you thought of NTFR, digital art exchange platforms, or international art reading platforms as a way of bringing the artwork to other audience in a more professional audience?
Not yet, but maybe it would be interesting to talk about later if you have experience yet.
Bueno, muy bien. Vamos a stop at this point. I think it's a great tradition of our business school, not only to talk about figures, but also about the context in which politics and business operate, and everything is intended. It was really a pleasure and an honor to have you here. Thanks a lot. Thanks to Paraguay, and I will hand over to the next section. Thank you.
Entonces damos comienzo al último panel con la intervención del señor Martin Burt. Cuando quiera. ¿Me oyó? Sí.
Presento yo directamente. Les saludo a todos. Acá en Asunción es el mediodía. Y como estaba mencionando, feliz de estar en contacto con la Universidad San Gallen. Hace varios años hice una presentación ahí donde están ustedes y tuve la suerte de poder reclutar a varios graduados de St. Gallen que han venido a trabajar a la Fundación Paraguaya primero y ahora ya son empresarios en el Paraguay, trayendo tecnologías de punta, en este caso particular, con las criptomonedas. Como ustedes saben, Paraguay es uno de los países más ricos en energía limpia y, por supuesto, están atrayendo muchos mineros de Bitcoin. Todavía en el Paraguay se conoce poco sobre las criptomonedas, pero evidentemente es parte de la cuarta revolución industrial que está entrando al Paraguay, al igual que en otros países del mundo. Todos los hogares de Paraguay ya, por supuesto, tienen teléfonos celulares inteligentes. Casi todos los hogares tienen cuentas de Facebook. Y a mí me gustaría hoy mencionarles a ustedes de que, como en muchos países de América Latina, Paraguay tiene un sector informal de la economía bastante grande. Paraguay es una típica economía dual, donde tenemos un sector ultramoderno y un sector de muy baja productividad. El sector ultramoderno de Paraguay es la generación de energía eléctrica, la carne y la agricultura. Nosotros en estos últimos 20 años, a partir de la gran demanda de China, hemos tenido una gran revolución productiva en el Paraguay. Hoy en día Paraguay es número 1 del mundo en agricultura en azúcar orgánica y ocupamos los primeros lugares del mundo tanto en carne como en soja. Y ustedes tienen que venir a Paraguay para ver la agricultura moderna, que es algo fuera de serie. Paralelamente, tenemos microempresas del sector informal de la economía que, como mencioné, tienen muy baja productividad y generalmente están en un nivel de $3 por persona por día en el hogar. Entonces, es un problema y mi nombre es Martín Burt, soy paraguayo, estudié en Estados Unidos y en España, y cuando volví a Paraguay, me tocó crear la primera ONG de desarrollo en 1985, hace 36 años. Y trajimos al Paraguay la idea del apoyo a las microempresas. En 1985, las microempresas no eran consideradas parte del sector privado. La política oficial del gobierno paraguayo era no apoyar a las microempresas. Había una política de sustitución de importaciones, de industrialización, y se consideraba de que una ama de casa que hacía empanadas en su casa y las vendía en el barrio no era otra cosa sino una desempleada disfrazada. En esa época surgió el fenómeno de microfinance de la mano de Acción International en Estados Unidos y de Mohamed Yunus y Banco Grameen en Bangladesh, y se dio una revolución que consistió sencillamente en rebautizar al vendedor ambulante en microempresa. Y ese cambio de nombre, sencillo cambio de nombre de vendedor de frutas a microempresa, desató una energía impresionante en cuanto a finanzas, crédito, ahorro, seguros y microfranquicias. Como ustedes saben, la industria de microfinanzas es muy grande ya en el mundo. Creo que hay 250 millones de vendedores ambulantes que ya están incorporados al sistema bancario formal. Y en el Paraguay también. Acá me acompaña mi amigo Santiago Peña. Él ha estado en el Banco Central del Paraguay, y el Banco Central del Paraguay ya permite formalmente a las entidades que asisten a las microfinanzas a estar reglamentadas. El apoyo a las microempresas logra 3 objetivos: fortalecimiento de empleos precarios, aumento de ingresos familiares y creación de nuevos puestos de trabajo. O sea que en América Latina está pujante el apoyo a las microempresas, y por supuesto hay mucho crecimiento ahora con la tecnología, y también con el COVID. Las microfinanzas han sido la salvación de América Latina. Esa señora que estaba desempleada, que se cerró el puente con la Argentina, o que se acabó la industria de la construcción, o que se acabó el turismo, esa señora pudo a través de las microfinanzas obtener un préstamo de $250 a sola firma, sin garantía, y comenzar una actividad económica de supervivencia. Así que realmente a mí me tocó participar de la crisis del COVID, como a todos ustedes. En el Paraguay, lo que estuvimos nosotros en marzo del año 2020, estábamos haciendo lo que en Paraguay se llama ollas populares. Estábamos ayudando a la gente a comer, porque al cerrarse la economía, mucha gente del sector informal de la economía no tenía ingresos. Y entonces trabajamos mucho, primero en ollas populares, o soup kitchens en inglés, y posteriormente desarrollamos diferentes tipos de microfranquicias o microfranchises, que es negocios llave en mano para que la gente pueda venir, retirar, por ejemplo, un kit de productos de limpieza por $10, llevar a su casa mezclar en botellas de Coca-Cola usadas con agua y diferentes cosas, e ir a vender en su asentamiento o en su lugar, barrio pobre, y de eso ganar $20. Y entonces de esa manera nosotros pudimos realmente dedicarnos a una situación humanitaria. Y en este momento estamos trabajando con 70,000 microempresas y hemos resuelto el problema de la falta de papeles, de la falta de contabilidad y de la falta de garantía, formando comités de mujeres. Tenemos formado 3,500 comités de mujeres, o lo que en inglés se llama, a partir de lo de Mohamed Yunus y Grameen Bank, Village Banks. También la Fundación Paraguaya se dedica a las escuelas agrícolas y hemos descubierto el tema de la pobreza multidimensional. Hemos encontrado jóvenes que no tienen dinero, pero que ya no son pobres, y microempresas que tienen dinero, pero siguen siendo pobres. Y entonces desarrollamos una investigación participativa muy grande para definir con la gente pobre de Paraguay qué significa ser no pobre. Y entramos en, por supuesto, ingreso, empleo, salud, medio ambiente, etcétera. Pero también nos dijeron, bueno, la familia tiene que tener autoestima, tiene que tener motivación, tiene que tener confianza, tiene que tener un plan, tiene que controlar sus emociones. Y entonces nos encontramos de que la gente pobre define la pobreza tanto cuantitativamente como cualitativamente. Y el tema es la medición de los indicadores cualitativos. Y entonces desarrollamos, y acá les voy a mostrar, ustedes pueden entrar en la página web de Poverty Stoplight. Esta es una encuesta en una tableta donde ser pobre es rojo, ser amarillo es más o menos y ser verde es no pobre. Y en 20 minutos una familia puede autodiagnosticarse si es rojo, amarillo o verde en 50 indicadores y hacer un dashboard, un tablero de control, no un index que agrega la información, un tablero de control que desagrega información y hace su propio semáforo y después hace su plan familiar para salir de la pobreza. Estamos ya ahora, y con esto termino, estamos ya alcanzando a más de 290,000 familias y estamos exportando esta metodología a 45 países, incluyendo Canadá, Estados Unidos, Inglaterra y Portugal. El último país fue la República de Georgia, al sur de Ucrania, pero estamos con pedidos de todo el mundo. Estamos en Filipinas y en Singapur y en México y en Brasil y en Sudáfrica. Así que el tema de la tecnología que puede facilitar llegar a la gente más pobre del mundo es algo que nosotros celebramos y estamos muy entusiasmados de lo que está viniendo en el futuro. Así que muchas gracias por esta oportunidad de presentar a ustedes. Les quiero invitar, cuando se cansen del frío, vengan a Paraguay. Acá les esperamos en la piscina con una piña colada, con todas las cosas lindas de Paraguay. Y bueno, Santo Marco, encantado también de saludarte. Aprovecho también para saludar a nuestra queridísima embajadora paraguaya, Lilian Lebrón, y también, obviamente, a mi amigo de toda la vida, Santiago Peña. Así que a las órdenes.
No sé si hay alguien que está moderando o ya directo entro yo.
Puede entrar directamente.
Bueno, muchas gracias, un placer, realmente un gusto poder compartir este panel. A Martín, como dijo, lo conozco hace muchos años, le tengo una gran admiración por todo el trabajo que ha hecho y principalmente siempre poner a Paraguay en el mapa mundial. Santo Marco, un gusto saludarte, no tuve todavía el privilegio de conocerte, y Lilian, ya hemos hablado en varias oportunidades, un gusto y te agradezco mucho esta oportunidad de poder participar en este panel y llegar a tanta gente ahí en la Universidad de San Galen, a estudiantes, profesores. Simplemente un disclaimer, ¿verdad? De dónde vengo, ¿verdad? Trabajé en el Banco Central, me inicié la carrera profesional en el Banco Central, soy economista de formación. Me especialicé en políticas públicas, hice una maestría en la Universidad de Columbia en política pública, en administración de políticas económicas. En el año 2009 estuve por el Fondo Monetario Internacional cubriendo países de África, recorrí mucho África y mucho aprendizaje para lo que fue luego mi carrera en Paraguay, principalmente temas de inclusión financiera. Luego fui director del Banco Central, ministro de Hacienda, precandidato a presidente de la República en el año 2017 y hace 4 años trabajando en el ámbito privado, en el sistema financiero, pero también colaborando en diferentes proyectos también de índole social, principalmente en temas de educación. Yo vengo de alguna manera a la política de un ángulo y de una historia totalmente diferente. Vengo del ámbito de la política pública, alguien que se había especializado, trabajado en esto. Tengo un serio sesgo en materia económica y de desarrollo económico y social, pero entendía también la importancia de involucrar en la política partidaria para que realmente se puedan generar los cambios. El resultado del 2017, lejos de desalentarme, fue para mí una inyección de optimismo de los cambios que se estaban dando en Paraguay. Y esto de alguna manera también le da forma a la visión que tengo sobre la política en general del Paraguay y qué es lo que creo que está ocurriendo y que puede ocurrir en los próximos años. No podemos analizar la situación actual sin conocer brevemente algo de la historia de Paraguay. Todavía un enigma para los paraguayos, no la terminamos de entender qué es lo que ha ocurrido en los últimos 150 años y cuáles han sido las implicancias, ¿verdad? Y un hecho fundamental que creo que nosotros los paraguayos y que tenemos que tratar de transmitirlo también, lo que ha sido nuestro mismo proceso de desarrollo económico y social y también el desarrollo de instituciones. Hace 151 años terminó la guerra de la Triple Alianza, fuimos a guerra con Brasil, Argentina, el Uruguay, y Paraguay enfrenta a partir de ese momento grandes desafíos que en mi opinión marcaron y siguen marcando la historia de nuestro país. Uno de los más importantes ha sido la pérdida de territorio, perdimos 60% del territorio del Paraguay, tierras muy productivas del norte, del sur del Brasil, pero obviamente no es lo que determina a una nación. El siguiente elemento que creo que también ha sido determinante ha sido la pérdida de capital humano, de pérdida de vidas humanas. Se calcula que perdimos cerca del 90% de la población masculina como consecuencia de la guerra, una guerra que duró 5 años. Y con eso muere también un caudal de conocimiento acumulado pero muy importante para el Paraguay. Pero el factor que se estudia poco y se habla poco, y yo creo que fue el más importante y que hasta ahora lo sentimos, y que explica de alguna manera el atraso de Paraguay con respecto al resto de los países de la región, es la pérdida de una oportunidad tremenda. La oportunidad que representó la llegada entre 1880 y 1920 del mayor flujo migratorio en la historia de la humanidad. Se calcula que cerca de 80 millones de inmigrantes, principalmente europeos, llegaron a América Latina y fueron los que de alguna manera construyeron gran parte de las instituciones, entendiendo que las instituciones, este concepto muy anglosajón, no es un concepto que sociedades cazadoras recolectoras, como han sido las sociedades latinoamericanas, tenían muy intuido, ¿verdad? Más el caciquismo, el caudillismo, era muy propio. Bueno, lastimosamente el Paraguay no recibe ese flujo migratorio. Fue el flujo migratorio que convirtió a Argentina en la economía más desarrollada del mundo. Es la que desarrolló industrias mineras en Chile, en Colombia, en Perú. Es también ese flujo migratorio que desarrolló instituciones políticas en Uruguay, ¿verdad? O sea, creo que cada uno de estos países puede encontrar en los últimos 100 años el desarrollo a través del conocimiento avanzado que llegaba a cada uno de esos países. Paraguay en esa época era una tumba a cielo abierto y aparte era un país que geográficamente era mucho más difícil de llegar. Y eso nos llevó a una primer mitad del siglo pasado de mucha inestabilidad política, la dificultad de poder consolidar instituciones políticas impidió también que se puedan desarrollar otro tipo de instituciones económicas, políticas, sociales, culturales. Y ya la historia que todos conocemos del 54 al 89, una dictadura militar con enormes consecuencias en términos de vidas humanas y atrasos en diferentes áreas, la más importante en términos de educación, pero fue parte de la historia que también de alguna manera generó el rompimiento de esa inercia de inestabilidad política. Y a partir del 89, 90, el Paraguay recién empieza a desarrollarse. Y acá entra también uno de los elementos, creo, más importantes, ¿verdad? Y donde yo me siento de alguna manera responsable. En el año 89 yo tenía 10 años. El proceso histórico es justamente eso, es simplemente un proceso histórico. Pero no podemos evitar entender que esta historia ha sido todavía una carga emocional muy importante para los diferentes actores. Actores que todavía hoy predominan en la vida política partidaria, todavía predominan en la vida empresarial y también en la vida cultural y social. Entonces, creo que el Paraguay está transicionando en su proceso de evolución de una democracia joven, una democracia que todavía está intentando consolidarse en un mundo cada vez más conectado, en un mundo cada vez más desafiante y en un mundo donde, indistintamente que seas de una aldea a Guaraní, en el fondo de Canindeyú, tenés la misma información que tiene un estudiante aquí en la ciudad de Asunción. Y eso obviamente genera un desafío diferente. Hoy nos encontramos en materia política prácticamente ya en la fase final de un periodo de gobierno y obviamente ante la imposibilidad por mandato constitucional de que haya reelección, se da un fenómeno muy normal que es este síndrome del pato rengo. Gobiernos hacia el final de su mandato empiezan a tener menos poder político, ya se empiezan a reagrupar las fichas mirando lo que puede ser el próximo proceso electoral que se inicia en el próximo año con primarias partidarias. Se calcula que sería entre noviembre y diciembre, o sea, estamos a 12 meses de primarias partidarias y elecciones generales en abril del año 2023, con un gobierno nuevo asumiendo en agosto del 2023. Los temas que han predominado la agenda, obviamente no podemos dejar de mencionar, es el tema de la pandemia, el manejo de la pandemia, y con un mundo cada vez más informado, una población mucho más informada, han saltado innumerables casos de corrupción que obviamente genera una dificultad política para la actual administración. Yo formo parte del partido de gobierno, pero soy de una facción disidente, ¿verdad? Y esto podría parecer una contradicción, pero es parte de una particularidad de la política paraguaya que el Partido Colorado en estos casi 70 o más de 70 años que ha estado en el poder, excepto en un periodo entre el año 2008 y 2013, ha tenido la capacidad de cumplir estos dos roles, de ser oficialismo, partido de gobierno, pero también ser disidente y oposición dentro del mismo partido político. Esto genera fricciones por momentos, pero también son fortalezas que le permiten en los momentos más importantes, como lo fue en el 2019 ante una crisis política y ante el pedido de un juicio político al presidente de la República, que el partido entienda que más allá de las diferencias, Paraguay necesita una estabilidad política y que los procesos y la alternancia sea a través del voto y no a través de procesos políticos, ¿verdad? Que lo hemos tenido en el pasado. De hecho, como ustedes saben, Fernando Lugo sale de manera prematura de su gobierno en el año 2011 como consecuencia de un juicio político, pero que fue de una base muy, pero muy amplia de todos los partidos políticos que le retiraron la confianza y a través de ese proceso que está explicado en la Constitución se procedió a la remoción del cargo. A lo largo de estos 30 años, que yo creo que son los años más importantes, creo que han habido innumerables avances en lo político, en lo económico, en lo social. Pero estos avances son todavía muy pequeños con respecto al desafío que tenemos por delante. Creo que Paraguay ha mostrado una economía muy estable. Creo que la política también de alguna manera ha sido relativamente estable. El Paraguay, en mi opinión, es todavía una sociedad con bases muy conservadoras, ¿verdad? Le tiene miedo a los cambios, pero dentro de ese conservadurismo también ha sido capaz de generar avances importantes en ciertas áreas, principalmente en lo que es el campo económico y social. Ahora, ¿cómo compaginamos eso con el atraso que tenemos justamente en esos aspectos, en el económico, social, en los diferentes indicadores? Y creo que la aplicación más importante radica es que Paraguay viene corriendo de muy atrás. Si nosotros pensamos simplemente en un elemento que es la educación pública. El problema del Paraguay ciertamente es un problema de calidad, pero si nosotros miramos la historia y entendemos que en los 90 el desafío fue la ampliación de la cobertura de la educación pública, cuando no había centros de formación docente, cuando no había profesores para poder satisfacer, y lo que hubo fue un crecimiento en la cobertura, pero una pésima calidad. Hoy el desafío que tiene el Paraguay es poder avanzar rápidamente en un proceso de mejora en la calidad de la educación pública. Pasa lo mismo en materia de salud pública. El problema de la salud pública no es un problema que está mal diseñado, no, está muy bien diseñado para el Paraguay de 1960, con una expectativa de vida más baja, con una complejidad y poblaciones mucho más pequeñas. Lo que nos está pasando es que nos estamos encontrando que los marcos institucionales están totalmente desfasados en el campo político, en el campo social, en el campo económico. Tenemos que avanzar decididamente y creo que Paraguay hoy tiene una oportunidad de poder aprender de los éxitos que abundan a nivel internacional, pero también de los fracasos y poder generar lo que se conoce en inglés, esta idea del leapfrogging, generar un salto generacional y no tener que esperar 20, 30 años, lo que le llevó, por ejemplo, a una economía chilena o a un país como el Chile, y justamente también evitar los serios problemas que hoy estamos descubriendo, que más allá del éxito económico, habían incomodidades o disgustos sociales que lastimosamente no estaban visibles y de un día para otro, y específicamente desde octubre del 2019, toman un estado público y hoy le llevan a un estado de una tremenda inestabilidad, no solamente política, sino también económica. Así que creo que el Paraguay ha hecho tremendos avances en las últimas décadas, pero creo que el desafío de seguir avanzando es todavía mayor. Cuando miramos la meta hacia dónde quisiéramos estar, estamos todavía muy alejados. Creo que el Paraguay también en esta visión que se viene construyendo hace varios años, y Martín fue un protagonista el tiempo que le tocó ser jefe de gabinete en liderar lo que era la construcción de una visión país a través del equipo nacional de la estrategia país, el ENEP, que luego continuó en el siguiente gobierno y se planteó un plan nacional de desarrollo con una visión a largo plazo, con ejes como la eliminación de la pobreza o la reducción de la pobreza extrema, el crecimiento económico inclusivo y el más importante, en mi opinión, la inserción de Paraguay en el mundo. Creo que le va a permitir que haya mejores políticas públicas que puedan dirigir de alguna manera la discusión económica y también la discusión política en los próximos años. Y no sé si cumplí con los 15 minutos, pero estoy más que contento y con muchas ganas de responder cualquier pregunta que tengan.
Muchas gracias, Feña, muchas gracias, Martín. Creo que desde la sala lo está manejando muy bien Ana, así que si pasamos a la próxima presentación para después pasar al panel y aprovechar el máximo tiempo posible.
Este gordito que pasa,
Bueno, buenas tardes a todos, buena siesta a la gente de Paraguay, un cariño muy grande a la embajadora Lilian Lebrón y muchas gracias. Yo cambié al español porque bueno, todos los speakers de la tarde ya están hablando en español y para honrar gente que también nos están viendo desde Paraguay. Les quiero presentar hoy una pequeña parte de mi tema de doctorado aquí en la Universidad de San Galen que se relacionaba con el acceso al agua en el Paraguay una fusión teórica de los derechos humanos y la gobernanza de los bienes comunes desde una perspectiva no institucional. Es una pequeña agenda que le quiero mostrar. Me gustaría hablar del contexto de mi investigación, el sector de agua en Paraguay y este modelo único que tenemos en Paraguay, que ya había adelantado la doctora Ivette, que es la Junta de Saneamiento Ambiental. Las fortalezas y las debilidades de este modelo. Bueno, yo me imagino que para esta hora de la tarde este mapa ya está de más, pero bueno, yo lo había preparado para mostrarle dónde está localizado Paraguay. Nos gusta mucho a los paraguayos decir que somos el corazón de Sudamérica. Y seguramente se preguntan por qué Paraguay, cuando hablamos del acceso al agua en zonas rurales y sobre todo este manejo comunitario de agua. Les voy a decir en un momento, me gustaría solamente recalcar los casos de estudio que yo realicé en Paraguay, que dos son en mi departamento Concepción, yo soy de Concepción, de Paraguay, otros casos de estudio. En este manejo comunitario del agua, en este modelo, porque en los años 50, Paraguay todavía no tenía un sistema de distribución de agua en zonas rurales. Lo que el gobierno había implementado era, a través del Ministerio de Salud, unos pozos, cavaban pozos en ciertas familias y entonces los vecinos colectaban agua. Ese era nuestro sistema de agua rural. Y de hecho en la ciudad la distribución de agua también era muy baja. Era el país con menos acceso a agua en toda Latinoamérica. Finales de los 60 y comienzo de los 70 y a través de unas reuniones que se llevaron a cabo con el Banco Mundial, se crea este modelo de manejo comunitario y se regula legalmente. ¿Cuál es la importancia? Que para el año 2010 ya Paraguay fue el primer país en conseguir alcanzar la meta 7 de la meta de desarrollo del milenio en agua rural. Y la relevancia que tiene esto es porque ya aquí en estas discusiones se habían mencionado, Paraguay es uno de los países más ruralizados de Latinoamérica. Todavía 40% de nuestra población vive en zonas rurales y esta proyección parece que no va a cambiar en los próximos 25 años. Y ya también se habló acá de la riqueza que tiene Paraguay, y una de las riquezas más grandes que tiene nuestro país es la cantidad de agua dulce que tenemos. Ya se mencionó acá el acuífero Guaraní, que es el reservorio de agua dulce más grande del mundo y que nosotros compartimos con nuestros vecinos. Paraguay tiene la cantidad de agua dulce por habitante más alta del mundo. ¿Cómo estamos distribuyendo esa agua? Bueno, este es el sector de distribución de agua en el Paraguay. Este es como un mapa y aquí podemos ver las juntas de saneamiento ambiental tienen más de 2.500 sistemas de agua en Paraguay y distribuye agua a más de 2.300.000 personas. Es como podemos ver en la torta que tengo ahí del lado derecho, constituye más del 43% de la población servida a través de este modelo comunitario. El ESAP, que es el único ente público, de hecho está constituido como sociedad anónima, pero el único accionista es el Estado, solamente se encuentra presente en las ciudades más grandes del país. El sector privado en agua es todavía muy reducido en Paraguay. Nosotros le llamamos aguateras privadas. Son empresas todavía muy pequeñas y este es el modelo de lo que les estoy hablando. El modelo comunitario de agua, las juntas de saneamiento en la literatura se conoce como Demand Drive Approach, que es diferente. No es que el Estado lleva agua a la gente, sino son las personas, las comunidades, las que se reúnen generalmente en asamblea, discuten la necesidad de tener agua, va al Estado, que en este caso es el SENASA, el Servicio Nacional de Saneamiento Ambiental, y una vez que el proyecto de llevar agua a esa comunidad está aprobada, existe un sistema de subsidio. Cuando hay menos usuarios, el subsidio es más elevado y viceversa, más usuarios, el subsidio baja. Esto se hace normalmente con dinero de donaciones de organismos internacionales o préstamos del Banco Mundial, por ejemplo, el Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo. Lo que hace único al Paraguay, un pionero, es que, como le digo, está regulado legalmente a partir de los años 70. Mi experiencia particular, por ejemplo, en México, es que este modelo existe en todo lo que conocemos como el sur global. Existe en Latinoamérica, pero por ejemplo, como en México y otros países, no está regulado legalmente y no tiene una estructura institucional que lo soporte. En Paraguay existe todo un marco legal e institucional que soporta este modelo. En este modelo, la comunidad aporta con su trabajo y las autoridades que trabajan en esa comunidad no reciben un salario, es pro bonus. Entonces, una vez que el sistema está implementado, el gobierno deja manos de la comunidad y la comunidad misma es la que lo mantiene y lo opera. Disculpen, estoy retrocediendo. Bueno, no me quiero detener aquí, pero simplemente quiero mencionar que hasta el año 2000, el único gran actor público en el sector era el SENASA, dependiendo del Ministerio de Salud Pública y Bienestar Social. En el año 2000 tuvimos una gran reestructuración del sector público en el Paraguay y se crearon nuevos actores, como el ERSAN, que es el ente regulador, y en el 2010 el TAPSAN, que es el encargado del planeamiento estratégico. Esto ya le da una idea de que se creó un mundo un poco caótico ya para las propias autoridades, y en las áreas rurales la gente todavía no se enteró de esta gran reestructuración. Fortalezas del modelo. Yo puedo acá hablar horas de las fortalezas de este modelo, pero solamente quiero mencionar que da lugar a una participación democrática en torno a un recurso fundamental, un bien común que es el agua. La gente discute no solamente el precio, la calidad, las pérdidas del agua. Estas reuniones, como en mi caso de estudio, permiten a la gente discutir otros problemas comunitarios. Ya se habló acá también, Martín mencionó la fortaleza de las mujeres en las microempresas. En el sector rural yo vi también esa activa participación de las mujeres en este modelo comunitario. Y permite una cosa fundamental, que es la accesibilidad monetaria del agua, la capacidad de pago. Cuando hablamos de derecho humano al agua, estamos hablando de calidad, accesibilidad física, capacidad de pago y cantidad. Y a través de este modelo eso se puede lograr. Por supuesto que existen muchas debilidades en este modelo, y el principal es teniendo en consideración la calidad de agua. Calidad de agua implica tratamiento, exámenes periódicos, y no se puede tampoco esperar que las poblaciones más vulnerables, las zonas más remotas, se encarguen de esto. Esto sigue siendo responsabilidad del Estado. El derecho humano en general y el derecho humano en particular es responsabilidad del Estado y no es delegable. Es el Estado que responde. Entonces tiene que haber un sistema de control y de soporte a este modelo para que la gente lo pueda conseguir. Y por supuesto, en el año 2000 esta reestructuración no tuvo en consideración el gran territorio que abarca este modelo, y está muy centralizado en Asunción, y las autoridades están todas localizadas en la capital. Para mí esas son algunas de las debilidades. Bueno, le dejo aquí con este hermoso río Paraguay, también en Concepción. Yo creo que casi todos los puntos de la discusión ya lo dije. Simplemente recalcar que en Paraguay, a través de este modelo, se valora el agua, porque no es lo mismo ser cliente de un servicio de agua, abrir un grifo y tomar agua, que pensar el agua todos los días, ocuparse del agua, y esa valoración hay que cuidarla. Y también que en el Paraguay el aspecto cultural, la gente está acostumbrada al sabor del agua. Eso es muy lindo de ver, pero juega un factor negativo cuando estamos hablando de calidad de agua, porque la gente también rehúsa tratar el agua con el cloro, que es como normalmente se hace. Bueno, eso es todo de mi parte. Agullé. Gracias.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias por como tengo entendido, es la última presentación, así que los preparativos que haga falta en la sala, creo que podemos pasar al panel. Siempre es un poco difícil moderar desde online con gente presente en la sala, pero...
Hay una pregunta aquí, Sandra.
Muchas gracias y muchas gracias por las presentaciones. A mí me vinieron dos preguntas en mente, pero voy a comenzar con una y a ver si me queda el tiempo para la segunda. En cuanto a la última presentación, gracias por las informaciones. Veo vi también que el agua en Paraguay es muy importante, en fin, también influye en el nombre del país, ¿no? Y también aprecio los beneficios de la gerencia local, del acceso del agua. Lo que me pregunté es entonces cómo se pueden atacar, digamos, los desafíos de protección del agua. A mí me viene en mente el lago Paraguay, por ejemplo, al lado de Asunción, en San Bernardino, o el río Paraguay al lado de Asunción, que a veces el agua puede ser muy contaminado. Entonces, ¿cómo se podría fortalecer la protección? Porque cuando yo estuve en Paraguay, muchas veces pensé en esto, y es un desafío grande, pienso, pero... Bueno.
Sí, muchas gracias por tu pregunta. Yo creo que es fundamental, porque es un recurso, una riqueza. No tenemos nosotros en Paraguay oro, petróleo, pero tenemos el petróleo del futuro, que es el agua, ¿no? Y lo tenemos que cuidar. Paraguay tiene ya 2 resoluciones de la ONU que lo obligan a cuidar la calidad de agua, y tiene problemas de contaminación por los agrotóxicos de estas plantaciones de soja gigantes que existen. Ahora mismo, y aplaudo yo que en Concepción esté llegando una inversión gigantesca de una papelera. Por supuesto que como concepcionera que soy de esa región, me pone feliz por la mano de obra que va a generar. Pero por otro lado me pregunto qué repercusión va a tener para nuestros acuíferos, para el río Paraguay. Yo creo que cuando hablamos de medio ambiente, tenemos que hacer esta discusión con todos los sectores, ¿verdad? Porque cuando hablamos de desarrollo, muchas veces se contrapone un poco con este tema del cuidado de los recursos. Me parece que uno no puede ser muy estricto en una parte, en otra, decir, no quiero que lleguen las papeleras, no quiero que existan frigoríficos, cuando es una fuente de empleo para mucha gente. Pero ¿cómo controla el Estado? ¿Quién controla y monitorea que cumplan reglas de calidad? Con que cumplan las reglas de calidad y el agua que se vaya a los recursos hídricos sea de buena calidad, está bien. Yo considero, por ejemplo, una belleza que en Paraguay hasta ahora no tuvimos nunca fuentes epidemiológicas relativas a agua sucia. Pero el acuífero Patiño, que está debajo de la zona central, ya tiene focos de contaminación. El caso de estudio que yo tuve está también sobre el mismo acuífero, pero en ese lugar todavía ellos tampoco tuvieron contaminaciones con metales pesados, por ejemplo. Hay contaminaciones fecales que se tratan con cloro y no es tan costoso, pero una vez que los acuíferos se contaminen con materias más como metales pesados o agrotóxicos, es muy difícil luego tratar y revertir.
Bueno, muchas gracias por responder la pregunta en la sala tan completa. Tenemos acá unas preguntas en el chat, si todos lo pueden ver. La primera me gustaría responderla muy rápido, porque para los que estamos familiarizados, están preguntando si el señor Santi Peña es candidato a presidente. Para los que estamos familiarizados, sabemos que es candidato a las internas de nuestro mayor partido político acá en el país. A la segunda pregunta, que está dirigida a Martín, al señor Berg, creo que la podemos encarar de un lado de la formalización de nuestra economía, tanto así como de nuestra política. Creo que me parece una pregunta muy interesante en cuanto a las criptomonedas, si esto ayuda a la contribución de la formalización de nuestra economía. Sí, por favor, Martín.
Sí, el tema de las criptomonedas tiene que ver si es que solamente se va a utilizar la energía electrointensiva o se va a utilizar eso para el empleo. Yo creo que nosotros deberíamos impulsar las criptomonedas siempre y cuando tengan un componente de capacitación y de formación de recursos humanos en codificación y en tecnología, de tal manera a que Paraguay pueda desarrollar una nueva industria. Así que yo soy un optimista con la cuarta revolución industrial, pero me doy cuenta que el problema principal en Paraguay es el trabajo y necesitamos puentear al sistema educativo vigente para crear un nuevo sistema educativo que permita dar mano de obra.
Muy bien, muchas gracias.
Santos, no sé si me permitís, son los dos puntos.
Sí, adelante,
Primero,
por favor.
En realidad todavía el proceso electoral no avanzó. Sí hay un interés por parte del vicepresidente de la República de acelerar el proceso. Él está en campaña. Mi posición ha sido siempre una enorme predisposición de ser parte de la oferta electoral, pero oficialmente yo no soy todavía precandidato y creo que esta es un proceso que debería profundizarse probablemente en marzo o abril del próximo año. El calendario electoral en realidad inicia en febrero, ¿verdad? Así que creo que firmemente que el Paraguay se puede beneficiar de una oferta amplia, variada en el ámbito electoral y a mí me gustaría ser parte de esa oferta, así que por ese lado. Y sobre las criptomonedas, a mí me ha tocado trabajar en el 2014. Fui el autor de la regulación que habilitó a las empresas de medios de pago, esto es, que las telefónicas puedan también prestar servicios regulados por el Banco Central, lo cual convirtió a Paraguay en el único país del mundo fuera de África con más cuentas móviles que cuentas bancarias. Ahora, sobre el tema de las criptomonedas, yo soy bastante más cuidadoso, las vengo estudiando y creo que no creo que Paraguay deba dar el salto más allá de la enorme disponibilidad de energía eléctrica. Yo creo que sigue siendo un activo de riesgo, un activo que obviamente cualquiera puede invertir, entrar y salir, pero no sé si esto debería ser parte de una política pública de fomento hacia el uso. Creo que el modelo de blockchain tiene enormes beneficios en diferentes ámbitos, en contrataciones públicas, en el manejo del sistema de salud, pero la tecnología para el uso de monedas virtuales, yo particularmente soy todavía muy escéptico y obviamente como estoy hoy en un ámbito regulado, el ámbito bancario, hoy sigue siendo agua y aceite.
Muchas gracias y para aclarar muy bien, así como me corrigió Santiago, no es todavía un candidato oficial, pero definitivamente uno de los jugadores más grandes que tenemos acá en la política. Y quisiera aprovechar esto en esta última parte de política y sociedad. Hemos visto en las primeras presentaciones la economía, los increíbles números de Paraguay. Hemos visto en la segunda parte los challenges ecológicos que tenemos. Y me gustaría centrarlo un poco aprovechando la presencia de Martín y de Santiago y como ejemplo, por ejemplo, lo de las cooperativas de agua, nuestra evolución política hacia una sociedad más madura, con más consenso. Sin entrar demasiado en polémica, el desbloqueo de las listas sábanas, la designación de Víctor Ríos como ministro de la Corte. Asimismo, como lo dijo muy bien Santiago, en un acuerdo del presidente con la oposición en contra de una parte de su partido. Esto, a vista de ustedes como verdaderos expertos en esto, ¿es más de lo mismo o representa una evolución hacia una sociedad política más madura? Si quisiera. Sí.
Específicamente, ¿cuál es tu pregunta, Marco?
Nuestra evolución como sociedad política, cómo interactuamos con la política, ¿está también con indicativos positivos de que estamos aprendiendo a negociar, a consensuar más? ¿Y estos últimos desarrollos son indicadores de eso o es más de lo mismo?
Mira, sinceramente creo que la democracia paraguaya es sólida. Sinceramente creo que no nos va a pasar lo que está pasando en Chile, en Perú, en Ecuador y en Colombia. O sea, la Constitución está vigente, hay consensos muy importantes en el Paraguay sobre las elecciones libres y transparentes, sobre una política del Banco Central del Paraguay de equilibrio fiscal, monetario, cambiario. O sea, hay ciertos consensos que se han hecho en los últimos 20 años que han logrado que Paraguay crezca, que se reduzca la pobreza y que se mantenga el valor adquisitivo de los salarios. Habiendo dicho eso, tenemos una cuenta pendiente en el área social y en el área educativa. Y creo que para asegurar el crecimiento de Paraguay, tenemos que incorporar el tema de equidad, tenemos que incorporar el tema de igualdad de oportunidades y tenemos que incorporar un sistema educativo que nos permita abrazar la modernidad. O sea que yo creo que la democracia paraguaya en términos generales es representativa y hay cada 2 años y medio elecciones nacionales y municipales. Tenemos muchos desafíos como país, pero también evidentemente tenemos que tener cuidado de no echar todo por la borda, como están pasando, ¿verdad? Porque hacer un cambio constitucional, ¿quién no querría mejorar el aspecto 1 o el aspecto 2 de la Constitución paraguaya? Pero eso es un gran problema. Los chilenos están embarcados en un cambio de la Constitución. Ojalá que eso redunde en más paz y más prosperidad para todos los chilenos y no en una ruptura como ha sucedido en Venezuela. Entonces, hay un tema, tenemos más de 7 millones de venezolanos que salieron corriendo de Venezuela. Entonces, tenemos que cuidar lo que tenemos y yo creo que tenemos que aspirar a un Paraguay con un nuevo consenso que tiene que ser la no corrupción y un nuevo consenso que tiene que ser la priorización de la educación, ¿verdad? Pero esa es mi idea, personal. Creo que la mayoría de la gente en el Paraguay cree que esos son prioridades importantes.
Claro, acá me gustaría darle exactamente la opinión de Santiago. Justo mencionó muy bien Martín, como presentándole un poco nuestro país a la audiencia, ¿no? Este es un evento en Suiza. ¿Cuáles son nuestros fundamentos positivos de la política que están evolucionando positivamente, así como ya están en el lugar que nos alejarían de este abismo, de estas problemáticas de países vecinos?
A ver, yo creo que me sumo a lo que dice Martín. Yo creo que esos son los fundamentos que tiene una sociedad que construyó consensos sobre algunos temas centrales. La estabilidad macroeconómica es algo que se valora y esto es importante porque estamos en el medio, estamos en un vecindario donde han sido históricamente muy irresponsables, ¿verdad? Principalmente la Argentina. Para que se den una idea, el Guaraní tiene casi 70 años, mismo periodo en el cual la Argentina le ha sacado 16 ceros a su moneda, con todos los costos sociales que eso implica. Creo que hay también un consenso que más allá de las imperfecciones, la democracia y las instituciones democráticas son la base fundamental, y creo que de esto también la estructura política partidaria con 2 partidos tradicionales fuertes, con todas las sombras que tienen y por supuesto los prejuicios que existen hacia la clase política, creo que siguen siendo la principal fortaleza de la democracia paraguaya. Ahora, para agregar, y esto creo que es parte de mi proceso, de mi experiencia propia y de observar los cambios, creo que Paraguay está a punto de ver uno de los principales cambios en los diferentes ámbitos, en la participación política, en el liderazgo empresarial y también en el liderazgo social. Y esto se da simplemente por un recambio generacional donde la generación que creció y se desarrolló post-89 empieza a tomar un mayor protagonismo en los diferentes ámbitos de la sociedad. Creo que esto está ocurriendo de una manera muy acelerada en el campo político, ¿verdad? Y las elecciones de los gobiernos locales que se celebraron el 10 de octubre nos dieron una muestra de eso y hubo prácticamente una renovación. Muy pocos intendentes pudieron revalidar un mandato y la composición de las legislaturas en los gobiernos municipales también vio la incursión de jóvenes, hombres y mujeres sin ninguna trayectoria partidaria y sin estructura partidaria, lo cual creo que esto fortalece de que ha habido una mejora en el marco jurídico electoral a través del voto preferencial, pero también ha habido una participación muy, pero muy activa de actores jóvenes que creo que le van a inyectar sangre joven dentro de venas muy viejas de partidos políticos. El Partido Colorado, que obviamente el partido que más ha estado en el poder y por consiguiente también ha tenido el mayor desgaste y muchas veces con buenas razones, ha visto un aumento muy importante en el número de municipios, pero principalmente en el número de las juntas, de los miembros de la legislatura, que aumentaron de 1.400 a 1.700 nuevos miembros, ¿verdad? Con una mayoría muy preocupante.
Disculpa, me gustaría... Esto es un poco dentro, digamos, el proceso normal, pero así como, claro, por tu trasfondo económico, mencionaste la moneda argentina y sacarle los 16 ceros. En lo político de Paraguay, muy concretamente, ¿cuáles serían nuestras evoluciones más positivas de los últimos años? Por ejemplo, el desbloqueo de las listas sábanas. Estos son los pasos...
Creo que el desbloqueo de la lista sábana es un avance tremendo. Yo quiero también reconocer que en la medida que el Partido Colorado ha también sabido entender sus diferencias, esto le está llevando a la oposición a tener que entender que la única forma de enfrentar es dirimiendo sus propias diferencias. A los partidos de oposición le ha costado mucho en el pasado sobrepasar simplemente alianzas electorales. Acá lo que hace falta es poder replicar alianzas programáticas, como lo fue en su momento el Frente Amplio en el Uruguay, que le permitió gobernar por 15 años. Creo que nosotros no llegamos todavía a ese ámbito. Creo que ese tipo de acuerdos internos dentro del partido, los partidos de oposición, también le van a obligar al Partido Colorado a tener que mejorar sus propios procesos internos a que pasen de ser meramente electorales a ser proyectos más programáticos y de propuestas de gobierno.
Ahí, que muy bien lo mencionaste, me gustaría escuchar la opinión de Martín. La designación de Víctor Ríos en este acuerdo que sabemos, que lo mencionó Santiago también al principio, el propio presidente en contra de una facción de su partido, ¿es una muestra concreta de esta evolución, de un acuerdo interno, o cómo lo ves?
Mira, el tema del reciente juramento del senador Víctor Ríos no hace precisamente a él, sino al cansancio de la sociedad de la manipulación de la justicia en el Paraguay. O sea, nosotros tenemos una constitución nueva que trajo y después la reforma del Código Penal, y que nosotros tenemos, por ejemplo, el jurado de enjuiciamiento de magistrados, que es el tribunal que juzga a los jueces, que está integrado por políticos corruptos. Ese es el problema. O tenés un consejo de la magistratura donde yo no estoy en contra de que haya voto en el Parlamento a favor de jueces progresistas o jueces conservadores. Eso pasa en todo el mundo, ¿verdad? En la administración de Estados Unidos hace poco, el gran debate era jueces que estaban a favor del aborto o a favor del matrimonio gay o no. Eso en todas las sociedades hay posturas políticas en las Cortes Supremas de Justicia. Lo que se espera es que de los jueces sean honestos. Y lo que se espera es de que no haya conflicto de intereses, que en el Paraguay hay muchísimos conflictos de intereses, y de que hay pedido de favores. Entonces, yo creo que independientemente de sus posturas personales, el senador Víctor Ríos, el juez Víctor Ríos, va a tener que ceñirse de la Constitución. Él puede estar a favor o no de la pena de muerte, pero la Constitución paraguaya no permite la pena de muerte. O sea que hay un marco constitucional que hay que respetar.
Perfecto, muy bien. Creo que respeto el marco constitucional y las dificultades que a veces tenemos para mantenerlo. Le paso, es como digo, es difícil moderar esto. Creo que hay preguntas en la sala que pueden moderar desde ahí, por favor.
Hay dos preguntas en la sala, la primera de Marcos Schwanger y la segunda de la artista Diana González Blum, que antes intervino, y una tercera y una cuarta.
Muchas gracias. Santiago Peña, usted habló de dos desafíos, el económico y el social. Le pregunto, ¿considera un ecológico o un reto ecológico también? Caso que sea así, ¿tiene usted alguna recomendación o una estrategia de cómo parar la destrucción del sistema ecológico?
Sí, totalmente. Claramente, también el desafío de Paraguay en términos de su desarrollo productivo no puede ir en contra o en detrimento de una sostenibilidad medioambiental. Yo creo que Paraguay tiene una ventaja, ¿verdad? Creo que ciertamente todos conocemos el rápido deterioro que hemos tenido del ecosistema, pero todavía gozamos de reservas amplias. Somos un país de un territorio de 40 millones de hectáreas. Para que dimensionen, Paraguay es más grande que Alemania en términos de territorio. Y sabemos que el desarrollo productivo no tiene que ir en contra de la sostenibilidad medioambiental. Lo que necesitamos es fortalecer las instituciones que tienen la responsabilidad de controlar el medio ambiente. Pero no tengo ninguna duda que nuestro desarrollo económico y social no tiene que ir en detrimento del medio ambiente. Creo que Paraguay, obviamente, hoy a ver, ¿cómo decir esto? Es sujeto a normas medioambientales que rigen para un mundo que prácticamente ya ha deforestado todas sus tierras. Esa es la realidad. O sea, si nosotros pensamos Paraguay como un país que se empieza a desarrollar un siglo después de lo que fue el desarrollo, y para dar una idea, en el Paraguay la agricultura empresarial es una agricultura de una primer generación. Son agricultores que empezaron a venir a Paraguay, inmigrantes que vinieron en la década de los 70, los 80. Y estamos compitiendo contra una agricultura que en la Argentina tiene más de 100 años. O sea, en Argentina prácticamente ya no hay bosque para deforestar, porque ya todo fue deforestado a comienzo del siglo pasado. Entonces, Paraguay creo que tiene que adherirse a este nuevo entorno con más información, con más conocimiento, con más ciencia, y esto no debería ser un impedimento. Creo que el Paraguay tiene una oportunidad de ser pionero en ese desarrollo económico y social y que sea también sostenible con el medio ambiente. No debería ser un costo en términos del desarrollo económico. No sé si responde esto a la pregunta, ¿verdad? Pero ciertamente en lo que Paraguay tiene que fortalecer, así como tiene que fortalecer la salud pública, la educación, también las instituciones responsables del control del medio ambiente.
Muchas gracias.
Que se puede.
Bueno, ya. Bueno, no, Elida, me acerco al micrófono porque me piden que si no nos escucha afuera. Yo quería preguntarte, ¿qué nos podías decir sobre la regulación que existe en Paraguay en relación a la explotación de la tierra en agricultura, en reforestación, con relación al agua? ¿Cómo está eso regulado y si se sigue o no la regulación?
A ver, nosotros tenemos un serio problema donde, a pesar de tener un potencial hidroeléctrico, generación de energía limpia y renovable, más del 50% de nuestra matriz energética sigue siendo la biomasa. Y lastimosamente ese uso de biomasa, ¿verdad? Es un uso no regulado. Esa es la realidad. Todavía, si nosotros hablamos del desarrollo del potencial forestal, que estoy convencido que Paraguay tiene un tremendo potencial forestal, no solamente para el negocio de la celulosa, sino para otro tipo de uso. Pero lastimosamente esto choca todavía con niveles de rentabilidad baja, y esa rentabilidad baja se da como consecuencia del marco legal flexible o un ambiente poco regulado. En el 2017 se avanzó en un marco jurídico más exigente, pero esto nuevamente depende mucho de los órganos de control. más que un problema de derecho, yo creo que nosotros tenemos un problema de hecho, donde las instituciones tienen que aplicar con mucha rigurosidad, y en esto me refiero principalmente a dos instituciones, una, el Ministerio de Desarrollo y Medio Ambiente, el MADES, y la otra, el Ministerio Público, que tiene la acción penal, ¿verdad? Porque estamos hablando de delitos penales que obviamente tienen que ser sancionados con toda la rigurosidad. En materia del agua, probablemente una de las áreas donde Paraguay creo que está muy, pero muy atrasado, y creo que ese atraso se da principalmente por un problema de abundancia. De hecho, en general, yo creo que Paraguay tiene un serio problema de administración de sus recursos, recursos los cuales tienen abundancia. No cuidamos la tierra porque tenemos tierra en abundancia, no cuidamos el agua porque tenemos agua en abundancia, y principalmente no cuidamos a los jóvenes porque tenemos jóvenes en abundancia. Entonces, nuestro problema es cómo entendemos que estos recursos son recursos limitados, y el día que no los tengamos más, lo vamos realmente a sufrir bastante. Y esto también se da como una característica de una sociedad que todavía mantiene esas características de sociedades cazadoras recolectoras. Nos dificulta mucho imaginarnos el futuro. Vivimos todavía el presente y a ver qué podemos acopiar el día de hoy y no qué podemos sembrar para el día de mañana.
Un momento, podemos interrumpir un momento la discusión, si tienen como 7 minutos más, porque nuestra pista tiene que marcharse y va a tocar rápidamente, y después van las otras dos preguntas, ¿no?
Sí, gracias. Tengo 2 chicos en casa esperando. Bueno, voy a tocar un tema venezolano, ya que se ha hablado de Venezuela. Voy a tocar una quilpa que es parecida a un croco. Ay, perdón, voy a tocar un tango de Argentina. Desde el apuro. motivo popular de Paraguay, el pájaro campana, no podría ser menos. Para el que no lo conoce, el pájaro campana es un pájaro que vive en el bosque de Paraguay, y Félix Pérez Cardoso recopiló esta melodía para imitar el vuelo y el canto del pájaro. El canto en sí es así canta el pájaro, ¿no? Uno puede googlear y existe realmente, ¿no? Y con esto te digo muchas gracias por la atención y que sigan teniendo una linda jornada. Próxima pregunta, muchas gracias. Preciosa, preciosa presentación.
Sí, buenas tardes. Mi pregunta es dirigida al señor Santiago Peña. Él había mencionado que el sistema de salud de Paraguay es un sistema o un modelo bueno, pero que está basado en el año 1960. Mi pregunta es, ¿qué tiene contemplado el gobierno? ¿O hay o tiene el gobierno un proyecto de cambio de ese sistema? Porque la medicina o el sistema de salud de Paraguay en estos momentos está en terapia intensiva y urge hacer varios cambios. Entonces, yo como médica le lanzo esta pregunta al señor Santiago Peña. ¿Qué tiene contemplado el gobierno en estos momentos hacer al respecto? ¿Y en qué consisten esos cambios? Gracias.
¿Tu nombre, discúlpame?
Sí, soy la doctora Ruth Baez, soy médica paraguaya, estoy residiendo acá en Suiza hace 16 años y ejerzo la profesión médica acá en Suiza. Antes de ejercerla acá en Suiza, la estuve ejerciendo en Paraguay en el sector público.
Excelente, Ruth. Te agradezco mucho, muy buena pregunta. Solo para aclarar, ¿verdad? O sea, yo hoy no formo parte del gobierno. Hasta donde yo sé, no hay un plan de cómo reformar el sistema de salud. A mí me tocó, siendo ministro de Hacienda, sí trabajar en un plan. Trajimos a gente que trabajó en la reforma que inició Uruguay hace unos 15 años, que lo que buscaba es la separación del rol de regulador y supervisor de la salud pública que tiene el Ministerio de Salud, de ser el proveedor de la salud pública. Ahí se genera un conflicto de interés. El ministro de Salud, aparte de ser el responsable de controlar la salud pública, también tiene que proveerla. Entonces, obviamente, se tiene que controlar a sí mismo y no tiene realmente los criterios. Entonces, creo yo, desde mi humilde opinión y la idea que yo tengo, nosotros tenemos que reformar el sistema de salud pública desde el diseño institucional, donde se separa al ministro de Salud de la provisión de esa salud y se le encomienda a él la rectoría de las políticas y de los protocolos en materia de salud pública, donde pueden haber actores públicos, pero donde también debe tener una participación los actores privados en la provisión de la salud pública. Entonces creo que la reforma pasa por ese lado, unificar un sistema fragmentado donde hoy existen 3 grandes instituciones públicas que son las prestadoras, el Ministerio de Salud, el Instituto de Previsión Social, que tiene un sistema de cotizantes públicos y privados, y también el Hospital de Clínicas, que fue pensado hace más de 100 años como un hospital escuela, pero que obviamente ante las deficiencias en materia de prestación de salud pública, hoy es uno de los principales prestadores también de atención en esa materia. Creo que la pandemia reveló las enormes deficiencias, pero también ha sido una oportunidad de mejorar la cobertura en algunas áreas. Por ejemplo, la cantidad de camas de terapia intensiva hoy lejos de ser suficiente, pero ya estamos en los mínimos y los estándares por el tamaño de la población que tiene Paraguay. Pasamos de tener cerca de 200 camas de terapia intensiva a cerca de 700 camas, ¿verdad? Ha sido un avance importante y Paraguay necesita seguir invirtiendo en materia de salud pública, pero necesita cambiar el diseño y yo creo que parte fundamental es la integración de los servicios públicos, pero también la entrada de operadores privados, para lo cual se requiere que el control y la supervisión sea de un órgano independiente a lo que es hoy el ministerio, o sea, la prestación de la salud.
Muchas gracias. Tenemos las 2 últimas preguntas. Primero Félix Watts, un alumno de la maestra.
Muchas gracias por la oportunidad. Tengo una última pregunta mía hacia señor Martin Burt en cuanto a las criptomonedas. De una parte hay el beneficio, digamos, del mining y de generar un poco el flujo económico en ese sentido, usando la energía renovable. Después me pregunto en cuanto al riesgo de la volatilidad de criptomonedas que hay a veces, ¿no? Como vemos en el pasado. Y yo me imagino que también esta volatilidad, como a menudo, impactaría más gravemente a las personas que dependen más de esta volatilidad, entonces la gente que tiene menos. Entonces, a mí me pregunta un poco cómo usted se imagina el balance entre crear transparencia e independencia con las criptomonedas, pero a la vez el balance con la volatilidad y la falta de control institucional que puede ser peligrosa para el Estado y la sociedad.
Sí, muchas gracias. Como dijiste vos, hay dos cosas. Uno es la producción de criptomonedas, la producción de Bitcoin. Yo creo que Paraguay debería facilitar la instalación de empresas que fabriquen Bitcoin. Yo creo que todavía nosotros no debemos entrar al modelo de El Salvador, donde se declara la moneda equivalente con la criptomoneda. Creo que tenemos que participar en todas las conferencias y aprender, ¿verdad? Porque como decís vos, hay un gran problema. Uno es de transparencia, ¿verdad? Uno es de transparencia y el otro tema de la volatilidad. Nosotros no podemos jugar con fuego. Yo me estaba refiriendo a la utilización, porque la represa de Itaipú con Brasil tiene 24 turbinas. Y el año que viene se acaba el tratado salvaje que tiene Paraguay con Brasil, donde se fijó el precio de la energía a precios de 1973. Entonces nosotros vamos a recuperar nuestra energía a precios de mercado, y yo creo que puede ser una oportunidad para utilizar 12 turbinas en el Paraguay a compradores que pueden pagar mejor que Brasil. Lo de la especulación con las criptomonedas es harina de otro costal, y yo creo que Paraguay tiene que tener muchísimo cuidado en no permitir que la estabilidad monetaria de Paraguay y el cuidado tenga que cuidarse. O sea, son dos cosas diferentes, ¿no?
Okay,
pero sí utilizar localmente nuestra energía eléctrica para dar trabajo a los paraguayos. Ese es el gran problema. La energía paraguaya hoy da trabajo a Sao Paulo, Brasil.
Gracias.
Última pregunta de la sala, después Santo Marco te toca.
Ok, soy Verónica, paraguaya residente en Zúrich. Tengo una pregunta que capaz que sea controversial. Y Santiago, esto no es personal, pero todo el mundo habló del rol de las mujeres, el protagonismo de las mujeres en el tema de las microfinanzas, en el tema de las juntas de saneamiento, pero en Paraguay no le damos lugar a Power Women, no tenemos una Angela Merkel. Y me pregunto si esto no tiene que ver, capaz que Santiago que no te diste cuenta, pero cuando Adriana le hizo una pregunta élida, vos acaparaste la spotlight. Es esta cuestión de cultura machista. Eso desarrollo. ¿Y qué vamos a hacer? ¿Qué vamos a hacer? ¿Cómo vamos a cambiar esto?
Pequeños actos de coraje, ¿verdad? Creo que hacen la diferencia. A mí me tocó, siendo ministro de Hacienda, dejarle el día que renuncié, sugerir que se le nombre en más de 200 años de independencia a la primera mujer ministra de Hacienda. Lea Jiménez, una mujer, madre de familia, profesional, una paraguaya realmente destacada a nivel internacional y que con apenas 36 años se convirtió en ministra de Hacienda. Lo mismo ocurrió en otras carteras, en otros espacios que se van generando. Pero ciertamente la cultura paraguaya es una cultura machista. Y creo yo, en mi humilde opinión, es un machismo diferente al machismo tradicional latinoamericano. Yo creo que es un machismo promovido principalmente por las mujeres, ¿verdad? Y yo no me animo yo a cuestionar a nuestras abuelas y a nuestras bisabuelas que vieron que el 90% de la población masculina desapareció en un periodo de 5 años, que en la reconstrucción de la patria ellos se encargaron, y simplemente por una aplicación de las fuerzas de la oferta y la demanda, de cuidar aquello que escaseaba, que eran hombres, personas. Entonces creo que esto es parte de un proceso de desarrollo. Hoy ya la población paraguaya se divide casi en un 50 y 50 entre hombres y mujeres, y eso se está reflejando en los procesos competitivos. A mí me tocó trabajar en un grupo de personas que creó el fondo de becas Carlos Antonio López. donde un sistema eminentemente meritocrático permitía que sean mayoritariamente mujeres las que se beneficien, porque eran las que accedían a la aceptación de las mejores universidades del mundo. Lo mismo en los concursos de méritos y aptitudes para ingresar al Banco Central, que son los concursos más competitivos para entrar al sector público. O sea, creo que también se están dando cambios muy acelerados, algunos son perceptibles, otros no, pero no podemos condenarles a nuestras madres, a nuestros abuelos, que hayan tenido una inclinación hacia cuidar o darle alguna preferencia a jóvenes cuando ellos fueron criados por personas que estaban reconstruyendo, y parte de la reconstrucción de la patria era la procreación y el cuidarla a los hombres, que era lo que escaseaba en esa época. Así que no sé si responde un poco a tu pregunta, pero yo siento que están habiendo cambios, y principalmente de la generación más joven, de mi generación, que nos sentimos perfectamente bien trabajando y compitiendo y teniendo relaciones laborales y profesionales y personales, tanto con hombres como mujeres.
Santo Marco.
Bueno, en primer lugar, una vez más, felicitaciones a todos en el CLS por este panel, y es lógico que se haya extendido más con estos panelistas. Y me gustaría, para cerrar, por ahí apropiarme de una muy buena frase que dijo Santiago, que es muy cerca mío, que somos una agricultura primera generación, ¿no? Y adentro de eso expresar todas las dificultades que tenemos. Y me gustaría trasladarlo un poco a esto y decir que por ahí somos una democracia también de primera generación, ¿no? Y que si consideramos eso, vamos bien. Creo que a veces se escucha mucho de corrupción, se escuchan muchos temas negativos, pero creo que si recordamos que así como muchos ambientes somos de primera generación, también lo somos en la política y en la cultura política, vamos bien. Y como vimos acá expresado en varios temas durante todo el día, hay mucha gente que se esfuerza muy duro para llevarnos adelante en esto, en una cultura política más evolucionada. Creo que eso es lo que quería decir, para resumir un poco, ¿no? Que se ponga en perspectiva para nuestra audiencia en Suiza, que hay que tomar esto que se escucha de corrupción y todo en una perspectiva. No sé si hay algo más para agregar en la sala, o ya nos pasamos muy por lejos del tiempo.
Muchas gracias, Santo Marco, también a Martín y a Santiago Peña, muchísimas gracias. Ahora vamos a escuchar el wrap-up magistral de Philip Nell de toda la tarde. Y ya les digo adiós, si tienen tiempo, escúchenlo, porque vale la pena. Y si no, decimos chao, chao. Y muchísimas gracias. A los que no hayan estado toda la tarde, ahora la van a tener en 5 minutos. Tienes que poner un poco para que no te entre la luz.
Eso. Eso. Ya.
I did not know I was so powerful, you know, but we just heard it now. Dear Professor Sanchez, dear Ambassador Wenger-Lebrun, ladies and gentlemen, we spent a very interesting day looking at various aspects of Paraguay. Ambassador Wenger-Lebrun started by saying that Paraguay is a country characterized by peace, democracy, and one of the most open countries in Latin America.
She also said, concluding, there are many challenges. And I think we heard about many challenges. And in her introduction, also Professor Sanchez mentioned that in Paraguay, there is inequality, corruption, and a very poor ranking on the transparency index. And we discussed 3 topics today: economy and commerce, culture and environment, and politics and society. And looking at this, I think we should ask ourselves 5 questions tonight. The first one is, what did we learn? The second one is, do we see today Paraguay differently? The third one is, how do we assess the future potential of Paraguay? The fourth one is, what risks do we see? And finally, are we more confident or more concerned tonight about, after this discussion about Paraguay? So these 5 questions remain in our mind. Well, I go through now some of the points which I found most interesting that we heard this afternoon. First, going to Ranis Gil Oliveira, she made a panorama of Paraguay with 7.3 million people. And what I retain here is that there is a literacy rate of 94.3%. And also there is 5% indigenous population in Paraguay. And these are quite high numbers. Soya, Paraguay is number 5th exporter in the world, and also for other commodities. So strong position of Paraguay. But he also said that in Paraguay, the tax burden is low. It's 10% on corporate and 10% on income tax. And here, Maria Sol Martin also mentioned the tax issue in a presentation, saying that until 1991, there was not yet an income tax in Paraguay, and then it was introduced. And today, there are a bit more than 150,000 people paying an income tax. And income tax was introduced to formalize the economy. What I would like to say here is that when you look at Paraguay, and you see that the government revenues are only 14.2% of GDP, only 14.2%. And what does it mean? Well, it means that when you need to improve health, education, infrastructure, you need government revenues. It means that Paraguay is one of the countries with the lowest government revenues in terms of GDP that we have in Latin America and also in the world. And these are important elements to put into evidence, because it has an impact on the whole future perspectives and development of the country. But at the same time, if you look at the budget of Paraguay, it is underutilized. Here you go into the institutions, big issues, institutions. Therefore, areas where great progress must still be made. Peru is also a country where budgets are underutilized at the provincial level, for instance, for the same reason. Institutions, you need to know how to use the money, how to spend it. And that's not easy today. In particular, there's a lot of corruption, then civil servants don't want to spend the money anymore. They rather not spend it, then later on facing a very, very difficult situation. But Maya Sol Martin also talked about ethical and prudent risk-taking behavior. She's told about the importance to have high-quality information flows and disclosure in order to avoid that criminal would use the financial system. And I think that's extremely important. And looking at Paraguay, you are in the business university here. The representative of Switzerland Global Enterprise said that there is not much demand from the Swiss business sector, from Swiss SMEs, in order to establish business in Paraguay, but there is potential in clean tech, in agri-tech, and therefore this potential should be at the appropriate time be also realized. Mr. Dennis from the Cámara de Comercio Suizo Uruguay mentions, highlighted the opportunities linked to electricity, with a very low price of electricity based on the competitive advantage of Paraguay on electricity particular with a very big dam shared with Brazil. And also he talked about the maquila regime, which means that you assemble products in Paraguay, re-export, and then export them with only a 1% tariff tax on the value added. He mentioned also EFTA-Mercosur as being very important as an agreement. Hopefully, that the free trade agreement can be finally finalized in terms of negotiation. There are still a couple of points. I think this would be important to raise awareness in Switzerland, also in Europe for Paraguay, because today already for industrial products, Paraguay come into Switzerland with zero custom duty. So this doesn't change too much. And on agriculture, due to the situation of the Swiss agriculture, the agreement does not, we do not make big concessions in importing a lot more agricultural products from Mercosur in that particular agreement. I give you an example. When I was last time in Uruguay, I was talking with the administration and they were telling me they export every year about 90 tons beef to Chile. And in our agreement with Mercosur, I think we have made an arrangement to export, I think, an additional 9 or 10 tons, 9 or 10 tons. So for them, it's peanuts. But nevertheless, it is in because we needed to have an agricultural content. But for Mercosur, if I can have this agreement with the European Union, and then with Mercosur, with European Union and with EFTA, it will imply that their visibility, their willingness to open their economies will draw much attention and also draw investment to the region. And this is why they would like to do it and why also they should do it. From Mr. Schmittler on Penguin High-Tech Park, I think this was extremely interesting, what was presented here. I had never heard about it. It is a forward-looking project. I think it is great. It is using Paraguay's comparative advantage in terms of labor force available, young people. It is paying much higher wages that can pay the maquila industry. And also there are cooperation possible with various universities in Paraguay. I would think in particular the Universidad Paraguayo Alemana, which is a university of engineers, which certainly could play a very interesting part into that project to build a digital center and operate a data center. Electricity is cheap. So I think this is a really great project which must be followed, and it will be very good if really it comes through with 3,000 jobs, and then it could even grow further. With Igor Lutz, we also discuss digitizing Paraguay. The idea is to increase the security in Paraguay, to have an advanced passenger information. When you go to the US, you have to go on your computer before you travel to fill up a document, to pay $15, and then you can enter. Why not also for Paraguay? Yes, why not? Huh? $15, once you have paid your ticket and everything else, you don't even see it, in your bookkeeping. And for Paraguay, it's government revenues. Yeah, it's government revenues. And also it implies that the government can have a lot more knowledge of who is coming and under which conditions, and therefore thereby have a much better control on criminality. And it was also said, referring to this information, which would be processed by this company. It is said that it follows the European Union rule on data protection, and that the data remains in the possession of the country. So there is a data security. This would have to be presented to the Paraguayan authority. Indeed, maybe it has already been done. Now, talking with Nicola Ribben about sugar cooperative and community project, I think also this is very good. This is very promising, what has been presented here, a cooperative with 200 smallholders, 500 harvesters, make the link between the cooperative and then the sugar factory, and then also the buyers abroad. and contributions on machines, on the free repair for the producers, organic tanks during the difficult time that the country has lived. But also there are some threats. As always, there are some risks, in particular for sugar. The European Union protect sugar, like Switzerland does also. And there is a climate change affecting conditions to produce. And also there is the issue of sustainability. Now we measure everything on sustainability. And is sugarcane more sustainable or less than sugar beet, what we produce here in Switzerland and also in the European Union? That's an issue. Javier Tejido from Nestlé Paraguay. I think here we got a lot of positive. You know, it was a tough afternoon after also the last debate, but nevertheless, I think we saw some good positive signs brought by Nestlé. First, they're not producing now in Paraguay, but you know, depending on the next acquisition they may do in the region, they may acquire a company which is also a subsidiary in Paraguay, and thereby then they would be in Paraguay also, or there are other models that might follow. And you know, each time Nestlé acquire a company somewhere, there's a lot of upgrading, you know, going on in the company, and offer of products and so on and so forth. And also, what I found very interesting, Paraguay is $40 million market for Nestlé, and the products come from Chile, from Peru, and from Brazil, certainly also from Argentina. So it shows a integration, a dynamism within the region. And what I found also very promising from Nestlé is that they've established a shared service center. I did visit this center just after it was established with you, Felix. I think you were there, you on the picture, with the director and everybody else. And it was very impressive. You know, Nestlé has looked at a number of options, and they chose Paraguay. And now there are 320 jobs, all young people, and they do a number of services for Nestlé Mexico and 20 countries, which is concentrated in Paraguay. Issues are solved there, and then all the tasks they do in Paraguay are not done anymore in Mexico, or they are not done anymore in Peru or Colombia and so on, but they're in Paraguay. So this shows a competitive advantage of Paraguay. It's quite clear. It's quite clear in terms of skilled labor that they could find coming out from the universities in Asunción. And as was said by Javier Tejido, macroeconomic stability was a factor for them, tax advantage. So the 10% is advantages in some way, but disadvantages in others. You know, you have less to satisfy some of the needs of the country. Young talents, they found the young talents they needed, and also the Spanish languages. And Nestlé also has a number of programs as in all the countries where they are active, but in particular for young people, youth program for education, skills, and hiring people. Then we move to environment and culture. And here with Mr. Reger, we talk about Chaco. Yeah, Chaco. Chaco is a very great area. I spent 3 days, my last visit to Paraguay in El Chaco. I went to the countryside. I went to visit the Mennonites. I went to visit the indigenous people to look a little bit at the reality, you know, what is going on there. So a lot has got to be done. It is quite clear. I didn't know there was 1,000 hectares a day per year of, 1,000 hectares per day was just, you know, burned out and transferred to cattle ranching and also to soya. This is a very, very large amount. I didn't see that in the area where I went, in the West, Philadelphia, these areas. Bees extinction, indeed, these are some important concern. Animal species, plants, which are endangered. This is very serious. Referring to the Mennonites, I would like to say too that there are 1% of the population in Paraguay, and they make up about 7-8% of GDP. So they work extremely hard. It's very, very serious, very well organized. They have plans and so on for meat and so on and so forth. And therefore, they also work in the regions where they are established. They work with the local indigenous populations in terms of helping them out with teaching, with schools, with medical centers, and so on and so forth. But these are very different. Indigenous people are indigenous people. It's a different culture. We are in culture environment. It's a different culture, and therefore it is not easy. It is not simple to reconcile both cultures in terms of simply like work ethics. I could give you numerous examples, but I can give you later on during the Piña Colada. I was told we're getting a Piña Colada tonight. It is really great. You know, it was already announced by one of the speaker. So there are big issues here. But it was also said that indigenous people are key to preserve a forest for future generations. So I think this is an important statement which was made here. And there are still 5% population. They are important in all these regions. Yeah, they are numerous. And then on Adriana Gonzalez Brown, artistic movements, what I retain is that there's a strong identity in Paraguay. And but visual arts have a limited outreach, and it is necessary to establish a dialogue with well-known and also with new artists. And there is a 4th edition of a work being done which includes 63 artists from 20 countries, so it's regional. And the objective is to think together about common problems and learn from different backgrounds. I think it's very important to share, generate trust in developing dialogue that otherwise would not have been possible. It's very, very important to share that. And finally, the last part of the afternoon was devoted to politics and society. What is politics? You know, we talk a lot about politics, but there is a very simple definition of politics, and I'll tell you it right now. And it shows why politics is so difficult. Politics is the allocation of limited resources to respond to unlimited needs. This is all about politics. And then you have to work your way through. And this is what happened. This is why politics also is an area which politicians, there are some people who want to get the power in order to allocate those limited resources and then choose which will be the unlimited needs that are going to be addressed. So here again, there was the informal sector in Paraguay came through as an element which is important, and there is a dichotomy between the informal sector and the sector which is modern sector in the economy. You see it in Asunción, you see it then when you go in the countryside. And the very positive contribution here was this microfinance that was started already in 1985. And if you are micro firms with a low productivity and $3 a day per person, indeed you are in poverty to extreme poverty. And therefore, what has been presented here, this project is very important and very useful. Was talked about cryptocurrencies also because of the low price of electricity. Paraguay certainly would have a comparative advantage there. And then there was this project developed so that poor people can, with 50 parameters, define a little bit where they stand. And then based on these parameters, they can set up a plan, you know, how to improve their situation. I think it's good. Indeed, there are things you do not see if you do not put them into a certain structure. This structure will help them, but it's certainly only the first step, because the next step is to have a framework which enables you indeed maybe to get a job or to be able to get some education or to be able to improve your health and so on and so forth. Therefore, it's the first step, but this first step may enable some people to design on their own some solutions on problems which they do have. And then with Santiago Peña, he discussed the origin of Paraguay and maybe why the situation has been, Paraguay has been lagging other countries. But then he said in 1989, there was a new beginning for Paraguay. The transition to democracy is being strengthened. And now we are coming again in a new phase with elections coming up in 2023. But there, the management of the pandemic will be very, very important. And talking about, financial resources, management of the pandemic, there has been a lot of critique in Paraguay on the management of the pandemic. Most of the vaccines were donations to Paraguay. Donations means, they were not able to generate resources that would have been necessary with maybe a higher government revenues in order to buy that. Donations came from Russia and from India in particular, and some were also purchased. But the vaccination level remains quite low in international comparison. So how to close the gap? Well, the key policy directions were stated. You need to improve the quality of education, and you need also to improve public health. These are the key elements which must definitely be improved in order to close the gap. Big steps are being made forward. There's no question about this. Economic growth in Paraguay and so on, but huge challenge to move forward to remain, to eliminate poverty and also extreme poverty. And then was a statement, which I may not perhaps share fully, referring to what's happening now in Chile, in Colombia, in Peru, Venezuela, who has said will not happen to Paraguay. Well, my understanding is what's happening in those countries, and now today in Peru, for instance, the origin of this is inclusiveness. Well, you have seen how Latin America has been affected by COVID because informality is just so high. I got emails from some poor parts in Lima a year ago when my people there were telling me, look, people are more afraid of being hungry than to die. This was it. They were going out. They had to make the $3 a day in order to buy some food and so on and so forth. And inclusiveness, that's a big issue in Latin America between the various societies which do live together. Therefore, personally, we have our best hope for Paraguay, but the problem is also there in Paraguay, inclusiveness, which we do have in Peru, in Colombia, and also in Chile, as we are seeing right now. And finally, we had Elida Villalba on water sanitation. Here too, there's a number which struck me when I saw it in the table she put on the screen. You have in Paraguay 6 million people who have access to water, and you have 1.6 million which have no direct access to water. 1.6 million, it's a lot. Huh? You need to go to the bathroom and so on to cook. It's a large number, so there is a lot to be done in infrastructure. This is infrastructure, access to water. You talk in terms of infrastructure. There is a water sanitation board. We were told of this major element, very positive too, because things must move forward. Finally, to conclude, looking at the challenges of Paraguay, I think I will make 4 points. If you look at now the coming 2 years, one of the big challenges, well, not mentioned here today, but it's important, is the renegotiation of the Itaipu Treaty with Brazil. Very important challenge for Paraguay to get the right price and to get also the right distribution of electricity between Brazil and Paraguay. Very sensitive issue. The second one, which was not discussed here too, but I think it's important, is to address the national security issue related to the expanding operation of the Ejército del Pueblo Paraguayo, a Marxist guerrilla group that operates in the north of the country. This is also something which is kind of growing slowly, but growing, and which is a concern. A third, strength it is important to strengthen health, education, infrastructure, and institutions to fully use the budget, which is underutilized. And finally, positive signs. We always to finish with positive signs. Positive sign with the growing macular, with the very good macroeconomic situation of the country, with a strong position in terms of energy and electricity, and also with comparative advantage in agriculture, which are very, very strong, and also a growing attractiveness for foreign investors to go to Paraguay because of this situation. This is all what I want to share with you tonight, and so I wish you a very good degustation of Paraguayan fine food, including piña colada.
Get a standing ovation. We couldn't do without you to give that, because I mean, you probably noticed that, I mean, we were thinking about a lot of things, but his synthesizing talent is so incredible. He even gives us more than we got in the afternoon, you know. Sex no algo, as we say in Thailand. So thank you very much. And thank you to all the speakers, to all the people present here. And now it's really time to go and eat, to have dinner. It will be in the upper floor. So just take the stairs before you go. When you go to the cafeteria, take the stairs upwards. And there, all these wonderful dishes by Sylvia are waiting for us. Thank you very much.
Oh.